The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. We wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Urguiles and Vanessa Pine Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval. I know there's some edits. I'd like to add a proclamation, a resolution presented by the Durham Public Schools Board of Education to honor the life and legacy of Dr. John Harding Lucas Sr. I'd like to add that resolution right after consent items.
Madam Chair, could we also consider moving the School Library Month proclamation just after that resolution so that we can do those together?
Colleagues, any other changes?
Do we want to just move all of academic services up to, or no?
Yeah, I would like to see us move all the academic services up.
A great idea. Accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. Anybody interested in moving section 4 administrations, the recommended budget resolution, strategic plan? Or you want to leave it where it is?
I'm fine with moving that up if that's what you prefer, Chair Rogers.
So yeah, I think I'd like to see the resolutions, academic services, then administration, and then the superintendent. Is that okay with the board? Is there a motion that supports that?
I'd move we approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Byer to adjust the agenda to reflect consent items. Then the resolution to honor the life and legacy of Dr. Lucas, followed by academic services, then administration items, and then the superintendent items. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Chavez?
Just wondering why we're moving administration above the superintendent's items? Is there a reason?
Because that allows the staff that are presenting on those things to be able to present and leave before we get to the superintendent's items.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. It passes unanimously. Our agenda is approved as amended. Next item on our agenda is the Board of Education meeting minutes from March 13th, 2025.
I move we approve the minutes from our last, meeting 2025,
Second.
From the, it's from the March 13th meeting?
13th.
Yeah,
meeting.
2025.
I would second.
Been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Byer, to approve the meeting minutes from March 13th, 2025. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. It passes unanimously. Next item on our agenda is general public comment. Okay, we have a significant number of public comments this evening. So I'm going to call the names 3 at a time. If you could come on and line up so that we can get through them as quickly as possible. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak. Quick review of the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name, the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 2 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of our students, or the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully, consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with the speakers. So our first 3 speakers tonight are Rebecca Stay, Caroline Herbert, Jenna Wine.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Stacy. I'm here as both a staff member. I'm one of the librarians at Jordan High School. I'm also a parent of a Jordan High School student, which is lovely. I've been a very proud member of Durham Public Schools employment since 2012, which was a long time ago. I choose to be a member of the staff every day that I show up and do my best for the students and scholars and teachers and faculty and staff and everyone that I work with at Durham Public Schools. But I'm here tonight because I'm very concerned about one of the proposals in the budget that's being put forth, which would eliminate one of the media coordinator positions at the high school levels, because I believe it will very negatively affect my students that I see every day at Jordan. Currently, it does take 2 librarians to address the technology-related needs of our students. We very gladly spend a lot of time resetting passwords, power washing Chromebooks, troubleshooting, Canvas issues, solving lots of very random technology issues. And we do so gladly because we know how integral technology usage is for our students' education and lifelong success. My coworker, who is the tech champion for our school, primarily spends her time with technology. Most of my time is spent the same way. With only 1 librarian, we would not actually be able to have any sort of a library program. So the robust library program that I run, in addition to solving technology issues, would essentially go away. I extensively support our faculty as the school's Canvas coach, the de facto Power School trainer, AV expert, and the ad hoc Jane of all trades. I do get to spend time doing what you might imagine librarians do, promoting reading, helping students develop research skills, and collaborating teachers, which is something I value a great deal, and I think my school would suffer if that went away. Eliminating that second position, only hurts students. It means that we would have absolutely no library program. We would not be able to efficiently serve the students with their technology needs. Thank you so much.
Please feel free to email the remainder of your comments to boe@dpsnc.net.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Herbert. I am the media coordinator, one of the media coordinators at Hillside High School. I'm also a DPS alum and a DPS parent. And I cede the remainder of my time to one of my son's amazing librarians, Jenna Wine.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jenna Wine. I am one of 2 Riverside media coordinators, and I will be ceding my time to Tara Gold.
Tara Gold, Melanie Coweek, Kevin McKee.
Hello, my name is Tara Gold, and I am a teacher librarian at Riverside High School. I'm here today to speak out against the proposed cut to the second librarian position at the high school level. The impact of this decision would be far-reaching, and I urge you to reconsider. First, cutting the second librarian would result in at least a 50% decrease in direct student instruction. Currently, with 2 librarians, we spend approximately 32 hours a week engaged in research and literacy lessons in the library. Without two librarians, we would have to turn classroom teachers away from requests for these types of collaborations. Cutting the second librarian would also mean that the library couldn't stay open when the librarian is providing instruction. The library needs to be managed at all times. You guys know high school students. They have passes that need to be checked, questions that need to be answered, and the students need to be supervised by an adult. Additionally, having only one librarian would significantly increase the time the library would need to be closed during the school day. We would need to be closed anytime the librarian is out on leave, in a required meeting or training, proctoring tests, which is a lot of our time, taking a lunch break. Looking at our current schedule, that could be up to 30 days. It would have been 30 days this year of additional closures for the school year. This loss of availability means fewer opportunities for students to engage with our library resources and services, which directly impacts their academic success and growth. Another concern is the increased expectation that librarians serve as tech champions. With this added responsibility, a solo librarian would spend most of their time managing 1,900 Chromebooks and addressing technical issues, leaving little time for the primary function of our jobs, which is supporting literacy, research skills, and instruction. Currently, our library program at Riverside is thriving. Our students love us, our staff love us because we have the staffing, support, and funding to be great. On a daily basis, we see over 120 individual students, troubleshoot dozens of tech issues, check out over 40 library books, teach 1 to 3 classes, host multiple events. In order to serve, you should see our calendar. It is just stacked on a daily basis. In order to serve both of our functions as being the hub of the school and providing high quality instruction, we need 2 fully certified teacher librarians to meet the needs of our over 1,900 students and 175 staff in our building. DPS's largest elementary and middle schools have between 200 and 886 students, and the librarians there are also already incredible at handling a large caseload of students, devices, and other duties as assigned. It makes sense that our large comprehensive high schools with 2 to 3 times as many students would need 2 librarians to manage the load that is placed on us in our work. I urge you to think not only about the long-term effects that cutting the second high school librarian would have on our students and the quality of education they receive, but also the demand you are placing on a single librarian, which certainly would have implications for your ability to recruit and retain qualified certified librarians into these high school positions in the future. This request today is in alignment with DAE's demand for no cuts to frontline positions, as well as DAE's meet and confer policy, and I thank you for your time and consideration today.
Hello, my name is Melanie Koik, and I am currently in 11th grade at Riverside High School. When I first arrived at Riverside, I had difficulty transitioning into high school and finding my place among it. I then received the privilege of meeting our librarians, Ms. Wine and Dr. Gold. They helped me find a place where I felt safe, where I could be creative, and where I could connect with my peers. I have spent countless hours in the library due to the space that they have produced, and over the past few years, I have seen how hard both of them work to help every individual student, especially when responsibilities have been very suddenly put on them. I have seen how well they work together to make a more enjoyable environment, and it has shown me that it is impossible for just one person to take on that role. Our media center is currently very lively through clubs, classes, and students coming in to study or socialize. Without both Ms. Wine and Dr. Gold, these activities would decrease dramatically, heavily impacting the student body at Riverside. Ms. Wine and Dr. Gold put in so much effort, both individually and as a team, to ensure the best experiences for every person, and our media center would lose its livelihood and connection to us students without the input of the two of them together. Thank you.
My name is Kevin McKee. I am an alum of Durham Public Schools, a former counselor from Durham Public Schools, and the current media coordinator at Mangum, and I cede my time to Kim Gugino.
Kim Gugino, thank you for the pronunciation. Followed by Amy Vincent and Alexandra Cody.
Hi, my name is Kim Gugino, and I proudly serve as the high school teacher librarian / media coordinator at Durham School of the Arts. I am honored to be with you tonight during School Library Month, yay, and National Library Week. I am speaking tonight on behalf of myself and my co-librarian, Jenny Umbarger, who could not be here tonight because she had some parental obligations. This is a time to celebrate the vast and critical role school media coordinators play in education, but I also come with some urgency. I'm here to ask that you protect what matters most to the students who need it the most, their school library media centers. Our library media center isn't a quiet room with dusty books. It's a living, breathing part of every single school day, and the numbers tell a story. This year alone, to date, we have had over 1,300 school student visits. We've hosted nearly 500 classroom visits and checked out more than 5,700 books, a jump of nearly 800 from last year, the same time last year. As we continue to rebound from COVID era, teachers are bringing more classes, students are reading more, and the demand for resources and our unique professional expertise is growing. We've added over 694 new books, not to follow trends, but to ensure that every single student at DSA can find something that reflects them, challenges them, or simply makes them feel seen. And our reach goes far beyond reading. With hundreds of events to promote literacy and social emotional learning, we support the well-being and growth of the whole child. With over 1,700 tech tickets resolved and more than 200 prevented, our instructional technology facilitator is keeping one-to-one instruction flowing and classrooms running. But those numbers are more than just data points. They represent real students at Durham School of the Arts. Every day we see kids come into the library, not just for books, but for help with research, college applications, and safe spaces to feel calm and capable. We understand that you are being asked to make impossible budget decisions, but let me say this plainly. Cutting library funding and/or positions means cutting access to books, to technology, to trusted adults, and to stability for the students who rely on us most. Last year, out of desperation, some districts in our state made cuts to library positions. The consequences were felt deeply, and those same districts are right now currently making efforts to correct course in this year's budget. In DPS, we talk a lot about equity. Our Library Media Center is where equity happens. As you make budget decisions, please don't balance this budget on the backs of children who have the least. Every child deserves access to a resource-rich library and librarians who know them. Thank you for your time and for your leadership.
Hi, my name is Amy Vincent. I am the media coordinator at Forest View Elementary School. Celebration, we've checked out 12,700 something books as of yesterday. And I'm going to cede my time to Alex Cody.
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Cody, and I'm the media coordinator at Southwest Elementary. Tonight, I would like to comment on the importance of having fully funded library budgets. Before we begin, I would like to express my gratitude to the district for creating sound policies that address book challenges and maintaining certified library positions at each school, which hopefully you'll maintain. I also believe that these priorities you already have are in alignment with DAE's proposed meet and confer policy and priorities. I accepted this position at Southwest Sight Unseen 3 years ago and became the steward of a collection that was 16,000 books and had an average copyright date of 1994. During my first week at PLC, I was introduced to the Karen Lowe Resource Alignment, which we use to kind of gauge where our library curation needs to go. And the recommendations for those were to have no less or no older than fiction books aged 2004 and nonfiction books aged 2015. At that point, I knew that my library needed a really big hands-on approach to bring it to meeting the 21st century needs of my students. Over the last 3 years, I strategically removed aged, dated, and worn copies from the library and replaced them with new, relevant, and diverse books that reflect Southwest cultural and socioeconomic diversity, including a 500-copy Spanish collection because we are a dual language school. As of today, the average copyright date in my library is increased 10 years to 2004. I could not have done this without my DPS budget and the books that the district bought for us in the 23-24 school year. I used this budget to purchase and feature these new books, and across that year, circulation in my library improved 41%. Simply put, when you invest more in libraries, students will read more. In my first year, the board approved $14.95 per student as a library budget. The next year it was $16.94, which was some of it was clawed back because of budget mismanagement and deficit, which we all know about. This year, the board approved $12.98 per student. However, I would like you to know that the average library book right now that we have to order that will last 50 to 100 circulations costs us between $17 to $25 per book. I say this to point this out that if we continue to not charge families for books, which I think is a great policy, but we continue to lose parts of our budget, we will not be able to sustain our libraries. My library colleagues are some of the most resourceful and flexible staff that I have ever met. But if the pattern of reducing budgets continues, we will not be able to maintain our libraries. Libraries are the key to connecting students to their community, augmenting our curriculum, and engaging readers of all interests and abilities. Libraries and their librarians are not fully able to do our jobs or serve our students without these budgets. I implore you to use your power to protect our school libraries, even as the national dialogue may be turning away from them. Thank you.
Cassidy Allen, Elizabeth Husketh, Caroline Hurtley.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cassidy Allen. I am the media coordinator at YE Smith Elementary, and I would like to cede my time to Elizabeth Husketh.
Good evening, members of the board, DPS cabinet, and Durham community. My name is Elizabeth Husketh, and I'm in my 19th year as the media coordinator at Club Boulevard Elementary. I'm also a proud parent of a Durham Public Schools student, and I'm a proud member of DAE. In honor of School Library Month, I'm here to advocate for the importance of strong school libraries. Libraries are the community anchor in our schools. As librarians, we create a welcoming environment where learning extends beyond the classroom. The library is a cultural hub. We play a critical role in exposing students to diverse perspectives, cultures, and stories. Certified librarians guide students in developing research skills, and we collaborate with teachers. We provide relevant professional development to our staff. Libraries are the center of equity in our communities. Our school population at Club changed this year due to redistricting. A large increase in multilingual learners and a cut in ESL staffing meant curating resources in multiple languages was critical. As a trained librarian, I am an expert at helping teachers differentiate instruction through a variety of resources. Connecting our newcomers to information in their mother language helped them access content across the curriculum. Club benefited from many special programs this year through my collaboration with community partners. Programming led by El Centro Hispano, Prism Design Lab, and the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources provided diverse learning opportunities for our scholars. My partnership with Book Harvest led to the installation of a free little library in front of our school and books for every student to support summer reading. Our annual read-ins for Latin Heritage and Black History Month, which many of you have volunteered at, brought 40 guest readers from the Durham community into our classrooms. The students at Club love to read. Cultivating a culture of reading is a skill that librarians possess. I carefully curate a collection that is reflective of my students and their families. I encourage reading for pleasure and information through programs like Battle of the Books, World Read Aloud Day, and the North Carolina Children's Book Award. I intentionally create a safe and inclusive space to help kids flourish. This school year, we've circulated 16,600 books. That averages to 43 books per patron. We are a community of readers. There is a substantial body of research demonstrating that schools with well-resourced school libraries, staffed by trained librarians, raise the academic achievement level of their students. I urge our district to fully fund our library media centers through a dedicated library materials allotment and a certified librarian or two in every school. Every dollar spent on libraries is money well spent to benefit the entire school community. This request is in alignment with DAE's request for no frontline cuts and a meet and confer policy. Thank you for your time. Good evening, Dr. Lewis and board members. My name is Caroline Hartley. I am the media coordinator for Easley Elementary, and I was one of the finalists this year for Media Coordinator of the Year. And being that it is National Libraries Month, I just wanted to share some exciting things about our library. We are an extremely busy and vibrant place that serves as the heart of the school. We serve about 500 students, but we have an average checkout rate of 200 books per day, which amounts to 1,000 books per week. But there are days where we can reach up to 450 books getting checked out. This year, we're using library statistics to encourage reading. We're posting and announcing top readers in classrooms each month. We're also using those statistics to select features readers of the month and are posting their photos and quotes in library. This year, I have involved parents and community members, including several people that are in here tonight, at special read-ins connected to Cultural Heritage Months. Since it is National Libraries Month, I will be reaching out to families to provide anecdotes about the great programs, lessons, and books available through our Media Center that support literacy and curriculum. And I look forward to providing those anecdotes to you via an email presentation. Thank you for your time and your future support of media centers across our district.
Sorry if I get this name wrong. Joanne Foreman, Christy Hasnick, Beth Brutch.
Hello, I'm Giovanna Foreman, Media Coordinator at Bethesda Elementary School and a DAE member, and I'm conceding my time to Christy Masnick.
Happy School Library Month, Dr. Lewis, board members. My name is Christy Masnick, and I am the proud elementary media coordinator at Hillendale Elementary School. The job that I love has many titles: librarian, school librarian, teacher librarian, media specialist, and in Durham, media coordinator. I tend to refer to myself as a librarian because it is the easiest way for me to communicate the role that people see when they look at a school. People often say, "Oh, that sounds like so much fun reading to kids all day." I love my job. Parts of my job are indeed fun. For School Library Month, I am here to celebrate my role and the role of my amazing colleagues by explaining a little more about what we do as media coordinators. Reading books to kids is certainly part of my role as an elementary media coordinator. But I am also responsible for the selection and acquisition of new materials, weeding of outdated and underutilized materials, budgeting for library materials and programs, cataloging and classifying materials within the collection, maintenance and repair of library materials, coordinating programs for students and families, managing use of Media Center space, and designing lessons that connect informational literacy skills with grade level reading, math, science, and social studies curricula. I prepared for this role through coursework that earned me a master's degree in library and information science and a school library certification. I love my job, and I am good at it because I received excellent instruction to prepare me for licensure in this role. Tonight, I celebrate all of my colleagues here with me tonight and those that couldn't make it, who perform these tasks with me, and I ask that you recognize the amount of often unseen work that goes into our powerful Media Center programs in Durham Public Schools. Our Media Centers are great because of our great people and because of the support that you give us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beth Brooke. I'm a little bit sick and a little bit grumpy tonight, so please excuse my voice. I also want to shout out our students from City of Medicine Academy here who do not want my time ceded to them. But I just want to appreciate them being here, standing up for their beliefs in climate change and making the world better. Okay. I am a middle school librarian here in Durham. I was a high school librarian in a different district where we only had one and we were expected to do all the technology stuff too. I honestly do not have the mental brain and I didn't graduate summa cum laude from my master's program in library science. I do not have the mental capacity and ability to understand how that job of a high school librarian in our schools of our size can be done by one person, because you're also expecting them in most cases to be the technology champion. Maybe that will change. I don't know. It's not possible. It's not fair. It's not fair to our students. It's not fair to their families. It's not fair to the principals. It's not fair to the human beings who are going to be in these roles, who are being evaluated for jobs that they cannot possibly fulfill unless the evaluation instrument changes to include all the technology responsibility that's fallen upon us. I don't think that's happened. So first off, I just want to say I'm very disappointed in that proposed cut. It won't affect me personally as a middle school librarian right now, but it's a stupid idea and it's misguided and it's not okay. Anyway, I'm also here because I know librarians do great work for kids, for our students, for everything. You're hearing about the good things from other people, and I'm going to let them do that. But okay, yeah.
Thank you. Aiden Mendoza, Haley Figas. I apologize. Shamia Truitt.
Good evening. I am Aiden Mendoza, a student at Durham School of the Arts and a leader for Sunrise at Durham School of the Arts. We are here to advocate once again for the passing of our Green New Deal resolutions. Similarly to the original New Deal, these resolutions are an investment in our future. The future of the people, yes, but also the future of our buildings, transportations, meals, and community. We understand that none of these things are particularly easy to fund, even now, and sometimes more sustainable versions cost more money. But there is a decision to make. Pay the cost to switch now or pay later, when there will be many more people rushing to do the same. By setting up the infrastructure now, we prepare for the future. Wait and we will be caught off guard. The reason we and the rest of Sunrise place so much importance on schools is that they are the future. Where sustainable measures to be implemented soon, Durham Public Schools could lead our community and shape the future in an unprecedented manner, getting students and their families more acquainted with what sustainability is. And as I'm sure everyone in the room knows, monkey see, monkey do. We could, as a district, give back to our community. We'll give more to our community. We hear and appreciate the plans that Dr. Webb and his colleagues have presented us with. We understand that it is a difficult time to discuss the climate crisis, much less take action against it. But to do nothing is to give into the fear. Please help us. The schools are the future, and since the schools listen to you, the future is yours. I can't imagine how difficult your jobs must be, especially now. Thank you for what you're doing.
My name is Haley Filliger, and I cede my time to Micah Tweetmeyer. To Shemaya Truitt.
Hello, my name is Shemaya Truitt, and I concede my time to Micah Tweetmeyer.
Micah Tweetmeyer, Courtney Johnson, Maggie Raddick.
Good evening, Micah Tweetmeyer, President, Durham Association of Educators. After 14 months and hundreds of hours of work by our union members and district leaders, we are so close to having a historic meet and confer policy that we can all celebrate. So close. However, to be extremely clear, our union does not approve of the policy on your agenda tonight, which we saw for the first time on Monday night. Our members are frustrated and disheartened that you have put time on your agenda tonight for Dr. Lewis to present a summary of the process, a summary that misrepresents multiple facts of what have taken place in the last few months, and his draft of the policy, but you have not invited us to do the same tonight. One crucial correction is this. In his slideshow on tonight's agenda, Dr. Lewis claims that at the conclusion of the December 10th, 2024 meeting, DAE was to review proposed edits as discussed and then schedule a follow-up meeting. This is quite simply untrue.
At the conclusion of our December 10th meeting, we were in agreement on all sections of the policy except for 2 words in section C2. All parties agreed that we would each send our own versions of the policy to the board, with section C2 being the only difference between the two, and that we would let the board decide which to move forward with. Avoiding conflicting stories like this is exactly why we have requested to meet publicly when we discuss the policy from now on. It was later communicated to us by multiple board members that you all did not want to discuss a version of the policy that wasn't approved by both DAE and Dr. Lewis. That is why many of our members felt surprised and disrespected when you decided to discuss a version of the policy that we had not even seen during closed session on 3/27, and that you decided to put this version of the policy on tonight's agenda. Dr. Lewis's policy proposes all EROs with 6% members be in the same meetings together. In March, we proposed this 6% threshold for separate meetings as a compromise that wouldn't undermine the process for larger groups. That 6% threshold is completely unacceptable for combined meetings because it would make it far too easy for management to divide workers and pit them against each other, and for smaller organizations to disrupt the efforts of larger ones. It is a way to encourage breaking apart our majority union into smaller, less powerful pieces. Such a low threshold would even make it possible for anti-union, right-wing organizations to attempt to undermine the integrity of the meet and confer process, which is an issue that has come up in states like Texas. On Tuesday, our elected meet and confer team, which has members from all large departments, including 2 from transportation and 1 from CNS, proposed another enormous compromise on our preferences. We accepted having combined meetings for multiple EROs, but we also proposed raising the ERO threshold to 30%. That is the only difference between our policy and Dr. Lewis's. This higher threshold would not stop Dr. Lewis from talking to any workers he wants to, and would not take any voice from any other worker. It would make it more possible for other organizations to qualify and would not show any preference to any organization. It is 100% legal. It is also what workers have consistently asked for. A majority of all DPS workers from all departments have repeatedly voiced their desire to be represented by DAE at the table. A majority of the transportation, CNS, social workers, you name it. By uniting across work sites and departments and spending countless hours talking to our coworkers, DAE is able to democratically determine top priorities of all staff without workers being pitted against each other. Consistently, our priorities center the needs of smaller groups of workers. For example, our democratically determined articles this year lift up priorities for transportation workers, social workers, classified staff, among others. That is all we want. To do that, we need a meet and confer policy that doesn't undermine our union. We need a 30% threshold. We are here, as always, with the goal of moving forward together. Thank you.
Courtney Johnson, Maddie Raddick, Angel Parkstone. Courtney Johnson.
Courtney Johnson, and I cede my time to Maggie Raddick.
Maggie Raddick, I cede my time to Angel Parkstone.
Hi, I'm Angel Parkstone. I'm the cafeteria manager at Hillside High School. First, I want to share about the meet and confer policy. Dr. Lewis sent an email this week saying he thinks we need to lower the threshold to accommodate CNS workers and transportation workers. I am very proud to be elected CNS worker on the DAE meet and confer team. I am here to say Dr. Lewis' policy is not what CNS workers are asking for. It is not what transportation workers are asking for. CNS and transportations don't want to form our own small groups. where we can get pitted against our coworkers. A majority of us want to be part of a strong, organized, and diplomatically decide priorities and work together. That's clear because the majority of the workers across the district, and specifically within CNS and DAE, are members. Over and over again, majority of our workers have said that they want to be represented by DAE through Meet and Confer. 149 bus drivers and monitors, a supermajority, have signed a petition with emergency demands. We were forming a worker voice policy. We should actually listen to your workers. We don't want to be divided. We certainly don't want the 6% threshold. That isn't accommodating or lifting up CNS or transportation workers. That union busting. You need to raise the threshold of what organizations quality so that Meet and Confer is a policy and a process that large organizations with a real base and real diplomatic structure. I am also here to ask y'all once again to our RSV to the meetings we've invited you to on the 14th and 21st to hear from me and the rest of the elected team about the top priorities for making DPS better for the staff and students. We were prepared to share these on the 25th, and I personally felt very disrespected when Dr. Lewis didn't stay to hear what I had prepared. And because he didn't even stay to hear what the rest of the Meet and Confer team had prepared. I want to personally thank Emily, Jessica, and Joy for already RSV for a meeting and for also showing their support to us. Come and meet and sit down with our elected Meet and Confer team and discuss our priorities and our proposal. We don't bite. We just want to collaborate and be a part of the solution. Thank y'all for your time.
Francisco Doles, Allison Swain, Kelly Mumford, Asia Pope.
Hello, my name is Francisco Doles. I'm a PE teacher at Pearsontown Elementary, a proud DAE member, and I cede my time to Allison Swain.
I'm Allison Swaim, and I cede my time to Kelly Mumford.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Mumford. I am an ECIA in the COPE program. I've been in education for over 20 years, and I am a representative for the EC as the ECIA and elected Meet and Confer team. On Wednesday, we shared with you our union's proposal for how to best improve DPS in the students and staff right now in the spring of 2025. Board members, we look forward to discussing these with you next Monday, the 14th, and Monday, the 21st, where you will hear directly from me and the rest of the elected Meet and Confer team representatives about these proposals. While privatizers are doing everything they can at the state and federal level to dismantle our public schools, it is up to us in Durham to do everything we can do to stand up for our students in schools. Their attacks on our schools have created a staffing crisis that threatens the future of our schools. To stop this crisis and to ensure our students continue to receive the highest quality education possible, we believe that you as a district decision makers should listen to what staff need, listen to our ideas and how to make the most of the resources we do have. We are the ones on the buses, in the classrooms, in the cafeterias, working with students each and every day, and we are the experts and know what our district needs to prioritize. These Meet and Confer articles were developed democratically by DAE member leaders after hosting 40 platform developmental sessions at work sites across DPS. These meetings were open to all staff from all departments. That is something only a majority union can do. Those meetings were synthesized into a Meet and Confer platform of the highest priority changes that workers believe will make DPS a better place for students and staff. From there, member leaders led another round of meetings to develop these specific proposals around our top priorities for spring 2025. Our union called a meeting with Dr. Lewis on Tuesday, March 25th, to go over these article proposals and finalize our meeting confer policy. Our elected team, myself, and over 350 DPS workers, family supporters, and 6 DPS board members were gathered at the SDC to watch us meaningfully collaborate with Dr. Lewis on the most pressing issues that our schools are facing. However, Dr. Lewis chose to only stay for 20 minutes and left before we were able to present anything about our budget priorities. Because our kids can't wait and because the board is the ultimate decision makers, on Thursday, March 27th, before spring break, our unit invited board members to meetings with our elected meet and confer team on this Monday, April 14th, and on Monday, April 21st, where we hope to discuss and collaborate on ways to ensure that next year's budget actually reflects what DPS workers and students need most. Board members, we look forward to these meetings and hope that you will review our proposals beforehand and come ready to move forward. Thank you.
Asia Pope, Jennifer Miskey.
I'm Asia Pope, data manager at Lions Farm and DAE elected classified at-large rep, and I cede my time to Jennifer Miskey.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Miskey. I am a teacher at Rogers Shore Middle School and a DA member, and I cede my time to the most consistent commenter we have, Clem.
Hey, Christy Clem, physical therapist, DAE member, classified employee, someone that talks to DAE members and non-members on a regular basis about what's going on, what could be better, how could we improve things so our students get what they need. Couldn't be here last night because I went home to work about 3 more hours for a job I'm covering for somebody else that's been out for no extra compensation. But, you know, that's what I'm doing right now for the kids. So don't, and in meet and confer needs to happen for collaboration, for true collaboration. And I've worked on that for the last 1.5 years. But at the same time, I've shown up to almost every meeting to go, we don't have meet and confer yet. What can I do to have a clear conscience to know I have done everything possible to try to give y'all information and ask questions? And the things in place right now don't work. If I had shown up last night to talk for 1 or 2 more minutes, would I have gotten questions answered? Would I have found out if there's been a decision yet on what's happened to classified pay for next year? We've got a budget plan, a vague one that's been put out. My experience from vague ones last year is employees don't always see the details. Certified did because they knew last year it was $80 a month and they saw that. And they knew what master's pay was and they saw that even though it was implemented poorly. Classified was the big bucket of 8.8. Do you know how many classified saw a change this year in pay? Not a lot. If we've got a budget plan for next year, then that makes me think you had to look at numbers to know, are classified going to go move up a pay grade, or not a grade, I'm sorry, move up a step on the scale, or are we going to be held where we are? That hasn't been answered. That was discussed back in September. That was discussed last year. I know less now about what's happening in my career and my pay in DPS than I did this time last year. I know less now. How is that possible? Dr. Lewis, you've been here about long enough that I hope you don't get an email this weekend that says you're going to get cut 15, 20% in pay. Chances are you knew what your salary was when you came on. You probably made a decision on your house, what your rent was going to be, what car you were going to get. You made life decisions, how much to put into retirement based on that. Now that you've made those decisions, I hope you don't get an email that says you get a 20% pay cut and may not get another raise for the rest of your career here when you max out. And in 16 months, you still don't have the answers to those questions. Or board members, I think y'all supplement doubled several years ago, right? I hope y'all's doesn't suddenly go backwards with no answers of what it's going to be later. I would love not to work on the weekends. I would love, actually, I have 2, maybe 3 other additional jobs to this. PRN at the hospital. I teach CPR. I coach a night league where I get a little bit of pay for that. Do I enjoy doing those things? Yes. But would I love to have some quality life time back? Absolutely. Would I love not to work at the hospital for probably not 2 9-hour shifts this weekend, and instead maybe read some articles related to physical therapy and school-based practice so I could come in better prepared for students next week? I would love to do that. But I can't. I can't quit my job at the high school or at the hospital that I've had ever since I came to DPS. When I left teaching in Wake County, I took a significant pay raise, and pay cut to come here. And that's when I picked up a second job that I've had for the 9 years that I've been here. I was a speech therapist, same type licensure, same level of credentials, the new pay scales. We would start the same pay at step 0. And at my year of step 30, that would be a step 7 or for if I was a speech therapist. How is it okay for my pay to be that compressed for the education and licensure that I have to have for my job? This is about the kids. I would love some kind of feedback. Maybe we can do public comment once a month where the questions we've asked, we can reverse the microphone and we can just get answers to those questions. Because I'm asking the same ones in email, in listening sessions, in public comment, in hallway conversations, in surveys that are done online. And it's not a difficult question. It's a yes/no question. Has the budget been looked at enough to know if classified is going to go up a step or not? Why do you expect good quality people to stay here when you give us such little respect about what we need to do for our own life to take care of our families? And I understand we need to bring up the bottom. And everybody needs a living wage, and we don't need those. But you can't take my pay and go back to 2017 to try to fix this problem down here. Everything has to come up. Let's compress y'all's salaries significantly to pay for me. I don't make as much as y'all. Compress yours to help mine.
Valerie Lewis, Alyssa Platt, Norma Portillo.
Ready to start talking? I'm a parent of 2 DPS students. I am not a DAE member, but I followed from the outside the meet and confer discussions, and I'm asking you to approve the DAE proposed meet and confer policy. This is why. First, as a manager myself, I believe the primary job as a leader is to ask my employees what they need to perform their jobs well and provide that. Our educators are very clear their meet and confer policy will improve their jobs, and I therefore believe as a parent it will be good for our students. Second, DAE are so many of Durham's best educators. Every meeting with DAE I attend, my children's and my family's favorite teachers are there who are pillars of their communities and amazing educators. Third, from the first presentation of Meet and Confer in 2024 at a board meeting, I've been impressed by their deep knowledge, thoughtfulness, and responsiveness as to the Meet and Confer policy. Fourth, they've repeatedly shown transparency. It has always been easy for me to find out what they are doing, their positions on items, and what they are working on. Fifth, they are strategic, especially with communication. They are careful to stay private when it is appropriate to be behind closed doors, and when they go public, I know that that means it is important as well. Sixth, I'm a professor and policy researcher by day, and in looking into Meet and Confer, I believe DAE's Meet and Confer policy is strong and best for DPS. 7, they're democratically organized. I am very impressed by their newly elected team, their ability to gather input widely, and their new platform. Finally, when there's a problem, DAE has showed up with ways to solve it. This was demonstrated last year with the budget and many times since, including this fall when many transportation workers showed up to discuss the transportation crisis and asked you to pass their Meet and Confer. At this point, while I support DPS, as a parent, I believe DPS has significant weaknesses that are the mirror of these strengths that DAE has on transparency, employee voice, appropriate communication. I attended the public meeting with Dr. Lewis, for example, as a single parent every week. I was disappointed when he left, and I was appalled to get an email to the entire district with Dr. Lewis's position on Meet and Confer, a move that would certainly have been met with immediate blowback from the teachers.
Alyssa Platt, Norma Portillo. Okay, Norma Portillo. Alyssa Platt and Norma.
They're together.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Platt. I'm a parent to a fourth and second grader and rising kindergartner. I'm also the secretary of the Club Boulevard PTA.
Good afternoon. I'm Norma Portillo. I'm the PTA president of Club Boulevard.
This year, our club has suffered major losses. An ESL teacher, our dean of students, reduced social work support, and a classroom teacher. Tonight, we focus on the proposed cuts of our beloved dance program and give voice to our students to whom this program has meant so much. Budgets are tight, but student well-being must come first. We hope that hearing from our students will help you see that we are not just numbers on a page. Madison Long, fifth grade. Hi, my name is Madison Long, and this is why
Excuse
I
me.
think
No name students,
no
please.
name student. Okay, fifth grader. I think this is why I think dance should stay. I think dance should stay because it's a way to communicate with dancing, to express yourself if you are afraid to speak. Another reason why dance should stay is because it's honestly just fun to do. It's good exercise, so that's why dance should stay. Fourth grader. I love dance because I get to do more movement than normal. Fourth grade. School would not be school without dance. Dance has inspired me to pursue my dreams. I never knew that I liked dance until Miss B came into my life. The dance company I am a part of makes me feel included. If dance wasn't at school, I don't know what I would do at my school. My dance teacher loves her job. Dance is a way to express yourself, like when you're sad. When one of my family members died, Miss B and dance really helped me so much. Durham, if you cut this from DPS, a lot of kids will be sad, like really, really sad. But all I want you to know is that I really love dance. No one will be able to take that away from me. Fourth grader. School would not be school if we don't have dance. This means everything to me because I started dancing at 6 and it's fun to meet people and get along. I did all the dance class and performances, and Miss B is cool to hang out with at practice and class. Fifth grade. I love dance. I think dance is a way to express emotions in movement.
It's my time. Can you reset the time? Can you reset the time? We are together. Thank you. Okay. Fifth grader. I love dance. I think dance is a way to express emotion and movement. I would be sad if dance was removed because it's a big part of a Club Boulevard. A part of dance of Club Boulevard is the Dance and Teachers Club. Kinder through fifth grade can participate in this. We also have an amazing dance team. Dance has a long story when slaves weren't allowed to communicate. They used dance to communicate. This is a gumboot dancing. Miss B taught us that dance is very important to many kids at this school. Miss B loves to dance. Dance is a way to get rid of the bad emotions. Dance is many things. Some people think dance is fun. Some think it helps with emotion. I will be very sad if dance left the school. Fifth grader. Dance is important to me because I grew a lot in dance and it's very calming for me. My dance teachers, Miss B, works at club and she is the best dance teacher I ever had. I truly love her, but I don't think that they should take away the dance because people really enjoy like I do. Fifth grader, Miss B has been a huge impact to me in a ton of ways. A lot of people come to her for support, girls and boys. Over the past 3 years, I hope she can continue to grow the people at club. She has took a group of around 25 students into 2022 and to 2023 to Stargaze. Soon after 2024 is when I joined Dancing Club. I just will not find my crown. Third grade was a hard one for me to have friends that I will care about that me and others at the same time. That is when I tried out for Miss B after school dance team at school. Just a few seconds.
Please don't take dance mm, um,
From dance and
from dance
dance.
and ow.
Thank you.
Dance makes our school better. Please keep it.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. That now concludes our public comment. Colleagues. The next item on our agenda is the resolution presented by Durham Public Schools Board of Education to honor the life and legacy of Dr. John Harding.
The
I'm
consent
sorry.
agenda?
I'm sorry, my bad. Y'all want to do consent tonight? Is there a motion on consent?
Madam Chair, I would move approval of the consent agenda, items A and B.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Mr. Tab to move approval of the consent agenda items A and B. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Now we'll go to the resolution. In honor of the life and legacy of Dr. John Harding Lucas, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Tab to lead us through our discussion.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. It is indeed an honor for us as board members to honor the life and legacy of Dr. John Harding Lucas, Senior. And there's a resolution that has been prepared for the family, and we would like to take this opportunity as board members to present this resolution tonight. If Board Member Byers, if you would start with the resolution, thank you.
Thank you so much. A resolution presented by the Durham Public Schools Board of Education to honor the life and legacy of Dr. John Harding Lucas, Sr. Whereas Durham Public Schools and the DPS Board of Education mourn the March 31st, 2025 loss of beloved and venerable statesman Dr. John Harding Lucas, Sr., centenarian, veteran educator, humanitarian, mentor, coach, overall civil rights and faith leader, and role model to the multitudes. And
whereas Dr. Lewis served honorably as a member of the Durham City School Board from 1987 to 1991, and as a member of the newly merged Durham Public Schools Board of Education from 1992 to 1996 and in 2002. And
whereas Dr. Lewis, known for his profound, thought-provoking.
Dr. Lucas, everybody.
Sorry, Dr. Lucas. I'm sorry. Dr. Lucas, let me start over again. Dr. Lewis also is known, no, I'm just kidding. All right, whereas Dr. Lucas, known for his profound, thought-provoking, and resolution-oriented discourse, played a pivotal role in utilizing a compassionate but determined process that became known as the Lucas concept to ensure inclusivity amongst educators and students alike. And
whereas, excuse me, that Lucas concept was the driving force behind the naming of the newly integrated North Carolina Association of Educators, the result of the merger of the North Carolina Education Association and the North Carolina Teachers Association. And
whereas the Lucas concept has also been used to navigate a number of mergers throughout the state. And
whereas Dr. Lucas served gloriously from 1962 to 1985 as principal and principal emeritus of the historic Hillside High School, the oldest of only 5 remaining active high schools listed in the historical register of the 300 all-black high schools that North Carolina once housed. And
whereas Dr. Lucas was a pivotal leader and strong voice for equal opportunity during integration and desegregation from 1957 to 2000, and
whereas during his tenure as principal, The UPI, United Press International Newswire Service, recognized Hillside High School on its roster of outstanding high schools as an all-American school. And
Whereas Dr. Lucas had been honored with the naming of the Lucas Wellness Center for students at Hillside High School, Lucas Middle School, and the Radar Lucas Lobby at the NCAE building in Raleigh, and
Whereas Dr. Lucas earned his Bachelor of Science degree from Shaw University in 1940 and was initiated into the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated in 1937 at the age of 17 years old. And at his death, he was the oldest living member by age and years of membership. And
whereas Dr. Lucas' remarkable professional career began as a chemistry teacher and football and basketball coach at Atkins High School in Kinston, North Carolina, and
Whereas Dr. Lucas continued his own education by earning a master's degree from New York University, and
Whereas Dr. Lucas received the Doctor of Humane Letters from Shaw University, the North Carolina Award, which is the highest civilian award, and the NEA Traherne Civil Rights Award, the National School Board's Lifetime Achievement Award, and is a founder of the Durham Center for Senior Life. And
whereas he is recognized as a national and international leader in education policy and was honored as a lifetime member of both the NEA and the NCAE boards. And
whereas he served as interim president of Shaw from 1986 to 1987, leading the university out of financial threat to solid ground. And
whereas his lifelong service to public education improved all that he touched, and
whereas we are indebted to Dr. John Harding Lucas Sr. for his grace, grit, and introspective approach to challenges, his resolute and steadfast commitment to advancing public education and thus the lives of our scholars, and to his unwavering advocacy.
now therefore be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education declares acknowledgement of the contributions made by Dr. John Harding Lucas and presents this resolution as formal documentation of his profound influence on the vital work of educators, the synergy he evangelized by encouraging collaborative teamwork, and the tremendous model he was and will continue to be for educators and education.
thank you all so very much. At this time, we will take the opportunity for any board members to give any personal statements about Dr. John Harding Lucas Seniors, if you want to do any at this time.
I don't know what this says a lot. Feeling the loss of a pillar in our community, larger than life, someone who has always been around, who we've always been able to look to. So very happy to be able to honor his legacy here right now with all of you.
I want to say thank you, Mr. Tabb, for bringing this and honoring his life. Had the opportunity to meet him on several occasions, and I think this resolution is also reminding me in the time that we're in that we can navigate this. We can still advocate for public education. We can still do what's in the best interest of our students and keep that at the forefront because Dr. Lucas has laid that legacy for us in times that were just as tumultuous as what we're in right now. So I appreciate this, and the way this reads inspires me to keep doing the work.
Thank you. Board Chair Rogers.
Thank you all for supporting this resolution, I guess, in a moment. When I think about the work that we do in public schools for our students, I think about the generations of legacy that Dr. Lucas served and supported. Grateful to be amongst those populations. Um, a lot of my advocacy comes from restorative practices. And what I know of Dr. Lucas's work and the way he interacted with my family as Hillside High School alum was really my first introduction to restorative practices. It was restorative practices before it was restorative practices. And Dr. Lucas had it down pat. His loss is going to be felt by all for generations to come, but I appreciate that Durham Public Schools has honored him while he was alive.
Thank you. I will give reflections now, and I'll read my statement because there's so much I could say about Dr. Lucas, and I don't want to get so emotional about it, but so I have mine this time to read because I normally don't read my statements. So that means they want me to read it. I normally don't read stuff, so I won't read it. Remembering Dr. John Harding Lucas Sr., when I was a student at North Carolina Central University, I did my student teaching at Hillside High School in 1984, and Dr. John Harding Lucas Sr. was the principal. I have known Dr. Lucas since then, for all these years. He was a guiding force in this career for me. He was a motivator. He was my inspiration of doing public education. And Dr. John Harding Lucas made sure that we kept children first. And that's what Durham Public Schools is all about, to keep children first. And this legacy of Dr. Lucas should be within us. In every decision that we make, we should think about Dr. John Harding Lucas Sr. and what he did for public education. And so I just honor him. I'm glad that I was able to know him from 1984 to the present time. And I just want also his family to know how grateful all of us are for allowing him to stay in Durham, North Carolina, because he could have moved with his family where they were. But he stayed here in Durham, North Carolina. And so I just want to just honor him for his legacy and what he did for education. And so I just give all the honor and glory to God and to just having Dr. John Harding Lucas in my life. Thank you.
Colleagues, a motion?
I move that we approve a resolution for Dr. John Harding Lucas Sr.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to approve the resolution in honor of Dr. John Harding Lucas Sr. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you so much, board members, for taking action in approving a resolution on such a giant of a man that I did not have the opportunity to meet, but have learned so much about. I do want to just remind the community that the celebration of life for Dr. Lucas will be this Saturday, April 12th, at 12 p.m. at White Rock Baptist Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Taft. The next item on our agenda is the resolution for Library Month. Proclamation, I'm sorry.
Good evening, board members, Madam Chair Rogers, Dr. Lewis, and the DPS community. I am Gabby Hall, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction for middle schools. On behalf of the other executive directors, Crystal Taylor Simon and Dr. Linda Tagurian, and the rest of CNI, we are honored to present a proclamation recognizing April as School Library Month. At this time, I'd like to turn over to Heidi Perez, Media Lead and Literacy Specialist, who will share a few words about the incredible impact and dedication of our media coordinators.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Madam Chair Rogers, Superintendent Lewis, staff and community members. I have a whole prepared statement here, but I am not going to overshadow what our media coordinators shared during public comment. They said what needs to be said. They are the ones that know this work, and we are blessed every single day to have them in our school buildings. We are also here in Durham Public Schools, we are blessed that we have an administration and a Board of Education that knows and values media coordinators and our school libraries and supports them year after year with funding and with strong board policies that support the work that goes on in our libraries, in our schools. Chair Rogers, I yield to you and members of the Board of Education to read the 2025 School Library Month proclamation.
Ms. Byers, would you start, please? Thank you.
Thank you. It'd be my honor. You know, I couldn't not hear all the heartfelt comments from our media coordinators, and I really appreciate y'all being here tonight. It also reminded me of my beloved school board colleague, Miss Omega Curtis Parker, who was a treasure, and her legacy lived on in lifting up the importance and centrality of libraries to the work that we do in Durham Public Schools. So, whereas the school library is to ensure that students and staff are effective consumers and creators of ideas and information as active participants in American democracy, and
Whereas the school librarian's role is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to partner with their school principal to ensure that the school library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school. And
whereas the Board of Education has entrusted the school librarian in each school to teach information literacy skills through traditional resources and new technologies, to provide literature appreciation activities, and to guide and encourage academic and recreational reading for every student. And
whereas lifelong learning agency begins and is systematically developed through the school library curriculum of the elementary and secondary schools, and
Whereas the school library contributes to the individual growth, development, and belonging of all students while fostering both excellence and equity in education, and
Whereas the school librarians of Durham Public Schools dedicate themselves to work for quality school library collections and programming that support classroom instruction and welcomes, honors, and encourages all students, and
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Durham Public Schools does hereby proclaim April 2025 as School Library Month and calls upon school administrators, teachers, students, and residents of Durham County to recognize and support this action and to participate throughout the month of April in celebration of School Library Month. Mhm.
Adam, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would like to move approval of this proclamation for School Library Month, April 2025.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Chavez, seconded by Ms. Byer to approve the proclamation for School Library Month, April of 2025. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Well, next topic is overnight field trips is just for information. Next is on the agenda is the superintendent's recommended budget. Dr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you so much. Board Chair Tab for tonight.
For
Board Member
tonight.
Tab. Again, we had a couple of hearings previously. I just want to remind the community and the board of the online community forum that we ask community members, staff, students to take advantage of to share their thoughts as it relates to what should be the board's priorities as it considers its budget. We compiled that information. We shared that publicly as well. And at a previous meeting, shared at a high level some of the superintendent's recommendations. And so tonight, we will dive in a little deeper with those recommended budget items, as well as the budget resolution and then next steps. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Jeremy Teeter.
Hello. Got a little bit of a complex because I don't think I'm going to get any cheering in the hallway like any of the other speakers. So we'll just work through that. So first, I just wanted to open it up tonight just with a few comments about some feedback that we have received with the budget process, the budget document itself, where we are, where we're headed, and just some other conversations that we're having with our processes that ultimately affect the final product. So one, it's been a busy past few months since I came on board in November. And so just wanted to kind of walk back to when we had to first kind of get our current year and our base budget under control. And so on the agenda tonight, we do have finally for Durham a permanent version of the budget resolution that transitions you from an interim budget to a permanent budget. And we've been able to take that clean base budget that rectified issues that carried forward into this year to be able to build a solid budget for going into next year. So just wanted to touch on that in the process and just to share as we have worked through just sort of the critical things that go on at this time, some of which we've heard about at the podium tonight in public comments. So one, the development of the budget document, the development of allotment documents and staffing documents. We've recreated many documents that we inherited just for a variety of reasons. One, just issues with those documents that led to some of what the district experienced with that base budget in the current year, right? So we remember in those painful conversations a few months ago that there were things that had been omitted from the district's budget. There were things that were severely under budgeted. And so we spent a good bit of time shoring those things up. And so we were extra cautious in how we developed this draft document for this year to make sure that we did not have a repeat of those same mistakes, to make sure that there were not things missing and that things were our best calculations possible. And then from the construction of that new document, right, we've received some board member questions and feedbacks about perhaps some graphics or some particular charts that were visible in prior year documents that you would like to resurrect. And so we are very happy to do that for the next document that comes out for our following meeting, to make sure those things that you liked to see in the previous ones make it into this new one. So just wanted to address that as we wrap up this work. Another space that we wanted to talk about too, writers, just so some of the conversations that we've heard around allotments and staffing and some concerns with staff. I would speculate that some of so I'm familiar with the origins of some of the comments tonight with media coordinators, and I'll just say that as we go through our process with having a zero-based budget and questioning everything that we do in Durham and all of the decisions that we make in Durham, we've had some starting off points in our conversations with our administrators at the schools about what staffing is appropriate for our schools in Durham, right? And so certainly the space of media coordinators and having two media coordinators in the consolidated high schools was certainly one of those points where we needed to pause and have conversation about the why, right? Why are there two, right? So we're certainly in a climate in North Carolina where there are some schools who have none, schools that only have one. And so it's a space where we wanted to pause, have conversation. We received feedback ahead of the meeting tonight, and so the group of folks that are managing the allotment process, myself, Ms. Hager in HR, and Dr. King from the academic side of the house, are processing the feedback that we've gotten. I think one of our high school principals has been a leader in particular in advocating for why should it remain the way it has been for media coordinators, and we're processing that feedback before we make any sort of final decision. So just wanted to be very clear that we've not made any kind of final decision about media coordinators, but just having conversation and receiving feedback from principals to make the business case for why we've done it the way we've done it in Durham for those media coordinators. And so just wanted to make sure that we touched on that, and we're having similar conversations about other things as well, and engaging in that dialogue. And we have a day full of one-on-one principal meetings tomorrow as well, and that's continuing as we talk through how we staff certain things. So certainly appreciate the outpouring of media coordinators tonight, and just let you know you're on our radar, and nothing is set in stone there. With that said, there were a number of things that we talked about in the last presentation for next year's recommended budget that were of interest for board members, and I wanted to make sure that I address those things first before I ramble about too many other things. And so one area that was of particular interest was bus driver compensation. And if we were to do something perhaps with bus driver pay, just sort of revisiting that scale and doing something either in addition to the proposed supplement or doing something with pay in lieu of the supplement. And so I'll make sure that the board clerk gets a copy of this for the minutes, but then I'll just disseminate a hard copy of what the scale might look like. And so the current bus driver scale that we have in place in Durham has a starting point of $19.43 an hour. And the top end of that scale is $28.14. And I took that existing scale and did some algebra and sort of broke out so that you could see the value of each step on that scale and kind of what has occurred there. And then farther over in the document, we created a scale that starts at 20 and applied sort of that same interval of steps to be consistent with the existing scale. And so that would make that range following that same pattern, the minimum of 20 and a maximum of 28.97, just to kind of give you the scope of that. And then we let you kind of follow our math throughout, just sort of in reflecting what is the change per hour for each step that's in question, the number of potential positions that are impacted by that, and then we cost that out with benefits. And so really, right, just sort of our work paper here to tackle the question that we got specific around what might that proposal look like for bus drivers. And so looking in the neighborhood of, $88,621 or so, if we were to build in a scale that reflects a starting point of $20 per hour for bus drivers. So just wanted to make sure that the board has this artifact tonight. And then I know you'll have questions and reactions, and from there we'll sort of gauge how we make this look in the book for the next meeting. So wanted to circle out in front of that first. We also had some conversation specific around the proposal from Cultural Arts and sort of the expansion of efforts that would occur in that program. And so in the currently in the budget book, it reflects $150,000 worth of activity. And so I had conversations with that department to just sort of challenge them to say, if you could do more than $150,000, if you could push out to 450,000, what would that look like, and what sort of things would you do? So we've got another artifact that I'll pass down that just sort of shows what sort of things they would do with those resources. And so again, just in reviewing that and in the conversations with them, So the musical instruments definitely remain a priority in terms of it's the greatest need that they're identifying in that cultural arts space at this point in time. So just wanted to make sure that we followed up on that specific request that we got from board members. The other area, and we will make sure that we update the language appropriately in the document. But the other area where we had conversation with the board at the last meeting was just in terms of making sure we have clarity around what we mean when we say a teacher in the context of supplements as well as in the context of the local master's pay. And so we'll make sure that that's clarified in the final document. And we did also get questions about that by email after the meeting, but one to clarify that when we talk about supplements, we're talking about our certified employees that are paid on the teacher scale, but also it includes our nurses. The other issue of the local master's pay is, right, so the Durham approach at this point in time has not changed from our previous conversations in that it includes classroom teachers of record who are teaching at least 50% of the school day. So that definition remains the same, but we'll make sure that that's reflected in the document moving forward. So just wanted to go ahead and kind of clear those things out that we know were items from the last discussion. Independent from that, are those items, the main, we're really not just the main, but it's just sort of the larger change that we see here with the document tonight is that we just further flesh out what the line items look like in the request. So as you can see, the book has grown quite a bit from before the break. And so we address each fund in the budget book, and we've tried to give you a summary at the front of each of those so you can see where, in what categories we're allocating those resources and on what types of things we're spending those resources. And I think just really a common theme in your review of the book that you'll see is that we're spending the bulk of our money on instruction, and we're spending the bulk of that money on the people who make the instruction happen, right? So those are the two major focuses of how Durham spends his resources across our funds. Capital outlay excluded of source, right? I mean, that's not really going to be the focus there, but like I said earlier, there are some other graphics perhaps that the board's gotten accustomed to that we will bring back in the next version to make sure that you can see those. I think one area that was of particular interest were some graphics that were done on specific departments in central services in the past. One thing I will share is part of the delay on that is we are having our conversation still about what our departments are going to look like. And so we want to make sure that we time that and massage all of that appropriately before we put any kind of graphics like that out there. So, but definitely that same information is forthcoming, and you will see that like you have in the past as we have further communication about central office. So I think specific to positions, right? So we had a good number of questions from a board member about positions, and so just to clarify what we've done with positions, and I think also right that marriage to the allotment process. One of the issues that we had with the prior budget cycle was that there were more positions in the district than had been accounted for in the previous budget book. Right, so there were 5,353 positions that were either occupied or vacant in the previous cycle, and the budget book only captured 5,037, right? So quite a big delta there. And for the purposes of this particular budget book, we're reflecting FTEs of 5,167, just to give the board some sense of where that is. In the course of our sort of allotment process, right, we've communicated a couple of times our desire to get Durham closer to the way the state allots us for those resources. We're still doing a little bit better in some cases because some of the changes would have been too severe and too much to take in at one time for any district. And so we've really sort of agonized over those sheets for quite some time to try to mitigate. So like I'm completely relieved that the only thing we had tonight was concern about the media coordinator piece. So we are, just as an example, the state of North Carolina allots kindergarten teachers at a ratio of 1 to 18. Durham is sticking to its existing formula of 1 to 17.5. So we've, for several years, have done just slightly less than that so that we have an ability to prepare for if more kindergartners appear than we could plan for, we're in a good spot to deal with that. First grade, similar situation, state allots at 1 to 16. We're using a 1 to 15.5. Second through third grade, the state allots at 1 to 17. We're moving into this cycle with the traditional Durham methodology of 1 to 16.5 to be able to prepare for those surprises in the lower grades if we need to, which I think is good practice so that we're not scrambling when the school year starts. And then after that, right, we enter territory where there are no state requirements for the class sizes, and there is quite a bit of local discretion in how we can manage those. And certainly it's the case in a lot of districts where they do hug a little bit closer to those recommendations. In the conversations that we've had about allotments, right, we've had some conversation about the state allots these resources, assuming that our teachers don't have a planning period every day, and that they're just getting the minimum amount of required planning. And so we, like many districts, afford our teachers a planning period. And so we have to factor that into how we account resources. So the state, for example, funds our fourth and fifth grade at a 1 to 24. We're looking at a 1 to 25 to account for the fact that we allow for a planning period in our conversations. In the past, Durham had been hugging closer to a 1 to 22, for example, so it was a couple below even the state funding. So, so those are just some examples, right? And we can share more exhaustive detail on that later. But just wanted to kind of talk you through some things that we're working on. Another space that I did want to hit on that's pertinent to the media coordinator conversation, right? So we are not allotted positions that we could say are from the state that we could say are exclusively for media coordinators, right? So we receive a bucket of funds from the state of North Carolina that are dedicated to certified instructional support. And that can include many things, right? It can include instructional coaches, it can include counselors, social workers, media coordinators, whatever category of folks who fit that criteria we'd like to put there. In the case of Durham, we received 74 of those positions from the state of North Carolina, right, to serve our entire district. And so if you think about the variety of position types that we can fit under that umbrella, does not go very far across 57 schools. So I think that just really kind of illustrates the local investment that a lot of districts make in order to be able to have all of the things that we have in our schools. So that, I think with that, I'm going to stop and just allow for opportunity for questions and comments that the board may have about what we're looking at for next year. And then after we settle that up, I'll sort of address the budget resolution to clean up the current year.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter, so very much for that. First question before I open it up to my colleagues. There was a lot of information. Do you have that information somewhere that we can also review?
Yes, I will. You're talking about just the allotment formulas that are from the state of North Carolina?
Yeah, kind of a lot of information that you gave. I was looking and to see the information that you were talking about was here.
Yeah, we'll get it to you. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for that. Board members, questions? Just raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. Board member Umstead.
Like, I don't have to go first. Thank you, Mr. Teeter, for this clarification on some of these items. I too, like Mr. Tab, be helpful to have some of this written out, some
Absolutely.
slides, just so I can read and follow at the same time. I appreciate you naming the media coordinators and I think I've heard it alluded to several times that we're trying to move closer to the state allotment, but I don't know what that means for what schools are gonna have or not. And so I think it'd be helpful for us to have a sense of and I think this was talked about maybe last year too. Every school will have this. And then if you're application school, you might have a couple extra positions because we know that's a part of the magnet program. And then what else is happening on top of that? And I think part of that is around thinking about equity, but also making sure that people have the same things. Because I think over time, different positions got added in different places. And so that's a lot to say. It'd be helpful for us to have that information to also know what we need to advocate for in the budget too. And I know, we want to right size positions, and I know we talked about the positions that were over, but it's still, I'm not clear the positions that we had that were not in the budget, like what they are. Are they transferring into something that's already an allotment, or are they sunsetting in a different way? So I think some of that information might just be helpful for me to think about as the board is considering what other budget priorities to put forward. That's my first point. Do you you want to respond on that before I get into some others?
Right, and I would say, just certainly in the space of, just the teacher allotment space alone, bringing those formulas or adjusting those formulas in the way that we have contemplated, you're looking at slightly over 100 positions there, just in itself, which hugs pretty close, and I know it fluctuates, but it hugs pretty close to where we've also been vacant with teachers, right? And so, and I think that has a lot to do, right, with the conversations we've had around hiring freeze of like, okay, we know we may be adjusting things in a way with classroom teachers that's statistically married pretty close to where we've been vacant anyway. And so we, right, want to make sure we're kind of pumping those brakes and in a place to where we can manage that. So I think, right, that's one huge example, in that space. The media coordinator formula, for example, we're talking about 5 consolidated traditional high schools there. So not a huge piece of the pie. And I think certainly over time, it gets, and this can happen in a lot of districts. This can get really blurry and really muddy fast, particularly when you've had 3 or 4 years to operate under the shield of ESSER dollars, and we add things, we add things, we add things. And I think if we were to do just a chronology, it would really be a big lift to just backtrace into like where did the original sin start when we started adding, right? Because I think it becomes part of the culture and the part of the way of life of we're just going to add things as people are asking for it and advocating for it, and it's spanned administrations. And I think we're just at that point where we've got to right set and figure out in what spaces are we gonna right set that. And I know it's not a remarkably specific answer, but it really is muddy just how you get to that point. I think it's happened over years, and we've had conditions that have allowed us to survive that are no longer here. And so,
Yeah, I mean, before it was ESSER dollars, it was school improvement grants that people used to hire positions. And then when the school improvement grant left,
yeah.
it's like, but we need this dean of students or whatever role it was, right?
Uh-huh.
So it has been a continuing trend. I just think I want to get a sense of, because we heard from media coordinators tonight, but does not mean that we won't hear from somebody else next week or tomorrow. And so trying to get a sense of
Okay.
where are we making the shifts,
Yeah.
so that we can say, okay, that's okay. We're gonna do this and make that shift for this year, even though it'll be really challenging, or actually we need to shift some things around to increase our budget ask. So with those 5, I know you said the media coordinator is not set in stone yet, but it wouldn't mean that we need to increase a budget ask of what you're proposing to
No, it
us,
would-
because you'd be a way to
It
cover
would not,
that.
right? So I've been just kind of in this space for a while, and right, and you leave some margin you always leave margin for error and right. So we know when we come to those tables, there's going to be conversations where folks make valid points of, well, we can't do this because, right, and so this media coordinator piece is an example, right? We know that we're not going to just unilaterally push that through. And so we do leave room for error. So we'll have some decisions to make for sure. But we've left room to be able to make some judgment.
And I think this leads into my next kind of question. And this came up in the public comment of with schools, budgets being readjusted this year to 85% of what they were used to. Seems like there were some shifts in cost per book or other things. And I think has not been clear to me what was not covered and the additional 15% not being available in the budget, and having more information even from principals or schools, even if it's informally in departments too, because it's not just the schools, but it's also departments, what was left off with that 15% would just be helpful as we're informing this process moving forward. And then I have two more things. I just want to think about, as you talked about the bus driver pay, I appreciate you costing this out, and I really want to see a scale where we address the compression in this pay. I personally think you work for 30 years, you should start more than $8 than 30 years ago. Like that, that needs to be addressed. So I don't know that we'll be able to do this for this year, but what does it look like? Is that wrapped into a classified salary study with the bus drivers as well? So we can prepare for that in the upcoming budget year, but I think we should do it sooner rather than later. And I think addressing the compression in this scale has to happen. We've heard that from bus drivers really loud and clear, so.
I agree, right? And I think just sort of in past comments, I've sort of reflected, I think, to really deal with everything that's happened with classified, we do need to do, in my opinion, an internal review versus bringing in outside, and just really have an opportunity to unpack where we are and try to remedy things. And that's the sort of thing, I'm shooting myself in the foot when I say this, but we would need to start it in July, right? So get this year closed and immediately jump into that work, so that we have an internal product that we can talk about deliberately and engage in the groups. Particularly, I mean, I hear the sentiments from the groups, right, and who feel like they need to be more involved and hear more about these things. And so we would need to start that review in July, so that we can get some meaningful input and have something prepared for this season next year that we feel really good about and are ready to move forward with. And a less compressed iteration of bus driver certainly would be part of that. Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. And then lastly, I know you've hit the ground running since you've got here, and we're gonna ask you for another big task. You just talked about in July, needs to start thinking about classified salary schedules for next year. And I appreciate your comments around the budget booklet. I personally like the graphs, and when it was separated a little bit by department, because it gave you a little opportunity to kind of look at it in chunks and understand what's happening in each place. So I appreciate y'all bringing a little bit of that back, and hope that as we rebuild, we get a little better every single year, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? We have a little less than 8 minutes left on this topic.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Oh, well, she came back and said 5 minutes. Well, I said a little less than 8. So here we go. Okay, board member Byers, and then board member Chavez, and then board member Carter.
I'll try to go really fast and just first lift you up for all the work that you are doing, Mr. Teeter, and how you have just jumped in to unravel wicked problems in DPS. And I appreciate everything that you bring to that. You said zero-based budgeting, which I know our county commissioners will love. They will also love seeing kind of some of the explicit stuff that Ms. Umstead was asking, kind of how many positions have we reduced as we look at districts around us that are facing the same financial cliffs with ESSER funding falling off that we are. One of the groups yesterday highlighted interpreters, and so I would love to look at those ratios as y'all are looking at things and make sure that we're doing everything we can to stretch into best practices there. Same thing for, are we anywhere close on these full-time APs in like a full-time AP in every school? You know, that's one of my things. When you bring us ratios, like where are we with counselors, social workers, nurses, all of that, and that might not be where we want to be in the future, but at least we can plan a multi-year if we know kind of where we are. Supplies and materials, like that kind of stuff, we need to make sure that we are keeping up with inflationary things and potential tariff changes there. And then I don't see anything for tech refresh, which makes me nervous, because that is such a massive expenditure as we're in one-to-one, at least largely for upper elementary and middle and high school. So I don't have specific questions. I look to y'all, especially on the bus drivers, to tell us what is the most impactful use of dollars to make sure that we are not in crisis next year. So whether it's bumping this raise, also sub pay, and then some type of bonus, like that to me is most critical. And I look forward to hearing others' thoughts. Thank you.
So I will, so I'll work with Dr. Lewis on, so I think I want to make sure you all see some of this information before the next meeting. So I'll work with Dr. Lewis on the best way to push that out. So we will definitely make sure we do that. And then we will, we'll go from there so that you can have that and be ready to react to that. And we have time to pivot before the next meeting. So yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Chavez.
Thank you for all of this, and thank you for that, the getting us more information soon. I think that is going to be very useful. I wanted to ask you to remind us where we are on the timeline of when we need to approve and all that kind of stuff, next steps with
So that's
council.
why I use the soon word for the additional information, right? So because it would be our goal at the next meeting for you all to approve a book for us to take to the commissioners as our request and to satisfy that May 15 deadline in statute. So yeah, so great question, and that's why we're going to turn around some of this additional information very quickly.
Okay, I will say in my heart, I feel like I need a lot more information before to approve in late April. Otherwise, we have May 8th as a backup, correct?
Technically, yes.
Technically.
And I
Okay.
think we would have a conversation with the manager just to let her know sort of where we are if we needed to do that.
Okay, okay. So, right, then let me start with classified scales. I appreciate this with the bus driver pay. I'm concerned about us still understanding where we are with the classified scales. And let me go to your what you just answered, Ms. Umstead, about in terms of like next year. We would need to start in July, you said, in order to get our scales right.
Right, I think, right, just based on the concerns that our staff has, I think, right, we would need to hit a big reset button.
Yeah.
Revisit all of these, build it in a clear way, and just have a collaborative process throughout. And I think it's something we don't want to rush.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that we get it right and that people feel like have that perception that we got it right. And so it's something that we would need to start. So as soon as we close this year out, dive into, right, because there are other actions that are forthcoming, right, that'll affect that work. So if the state makes changes to classified pay, we'll need to process that, incorporate that, and then build from that point. And so that'll be another piece that we'll want.
Do we need board action to move forward with that process, or is that something that you all will just take on?
You need to turn your mic on. Sorry. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, Jason Weber here for Rod Malone. I believe Rod's online, but I can go ahead and field that. I don't believe the board needs to take any action here. I understand that board members want additional information. This presentation is also, as I understand it, for information too. So this is not your final proposal. That'll come later in April, if I'm correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure if anything is needed from the board that we do that in June. If you're going to start in July. And I appreciate you having your eye on like what it will, the length of time that it will take. We can't be talking about this, oh yeah, in December. So that, that's good. That all makes sense. So are we doing a step increase for next year? Is that what is proposed? I'm not understanding if that is.
We did get some applause. Right, that's something that we'll have to judge based on ultimately what rate of pay the state adopts. Right, so we're ultimately at this point in time planning on, right. So all of these assumptions that we have right now, we're planning on a 3% increase. We need to monitor what actually happens with the state, and then from there, we'll make that judgment call of what an appropriate step might look like as a part of that equation, and engineer next year's pay tables to align with that. So that's going to be one of the very early decisions we have to make. We'll make sure that we have it in front of you and that you're able to weigh in on that, ask questions, but we really need to see what the state's going to do with classified pay before we pull the trigger on that.
So that's something that's not really included here. I mean, it's it's assumed that it will be a 3%, right?
Right, so
it is
all
included
of us, right, while we're still waiting on a state budget, we've all 115 districts have had to make some sort of projection of what might pay raises be, and so we're operating on that 3%. And 3%'s been a pretty broad forecast across districts this season.
Okay. And then what, like, in terms of terminology, are we would we say it lands at 3%, we move forward with that? Are we counting that as a step increase?
It would be, and so it depends. I've done it different ways in my career, and it just depends on the resources available. Some really more than some districts build the tables to engineer. If you're on step 6 this year and there was a 3% raise, we're going to make sure 7 is worth 3% more than 6 was last year. Other districts, okay, you get the 3 plus whatever that step was going to be. And that's a judgment call we have to make based on what the state does and how the resources shake out. And so that's why we're just kind of very careful on how we judge that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we consider a 3% increase, a step increase or not, whatever it is, however we're kind of defining it, I hope that we will make sure it's very clear to staff what's happening with their pay. So, all right, that's that. Let me ask, what are my other questions? Fund balance, we're coming to that after our audit is complete.
That's right. So where the audit work is concerned, hooray, we have a general ledger as clean from last year, as clean as it could possibly get. And we've handed that over to the audit firm. And so we're going through that stage now of debating with them of, is this where you want it, and where you're acceptable with it? And we, so what I will say at this point in time is you have one, and it's probably better than I thought it would have been. So, so I think, we'll really critical crossroads here of you didn't quite get into a crisis that you could have, and we've got to keep making smart choices from here to build it back from hits that it's taken in the past is just kind of my interpretation of that now. And then once I've got an auditor stamp on it, we'll talk more eloquently about those numbers. But I think we're at a crossroads that I can live with in managing you forward.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that things are looking better than you thought they would. And okay, master's pay. I would love like a 1-pager or something like that on like master's pay. And we gotta thank you to maybe it was Ms. Umstead or whoever sent the question, about what all positions are included, or would be eligible according to DPI standards for master's pay. I just want to make sure, that is a comprehensive list that we have so we can understand. And then also like what would you mentioned that, we would need board action to determine whether a master's pay or master's degree would need it to be added to someone's license. And so what would be when would we need to do that? And just so we can make sure we're planning ahead. That does seem like an important step because I know there's a cost associated with that and, extra effort on employees' part and all of that, if that's something that we are going to require this year. So, but I'm still with all those different positions, just trying to fully wrap my mind around master's pay and making sure we're not leaving anybody out and all of that. That makes
Yeah,
sense?
so I think I'm very careful with master's pay. So there are right under the state model for folks that predated the changes. There were quite a broad number of positions that were eligible for master's pay. There are some positions that the master's degree is required, and it comes along with that. And all of the local fund that predated me, there was vigorous debate about what populations are we including in that, and right, so current climate, it doesn't include a lot of those categories that were in the historical state model, right, and it's truly the classroom teachers of record who are teaching at least 50%, but to your point, the addition to the license, and though it doesn't come with additional pay from Raleigh, is probably the most effective tool available for us to feel good about, okay, this is someone who meets the standard. I think at this point, right, the recommended budget keeps that focus on the classroom teachers and adding social workers. And so we've not fleshed that out as something that we're looking at this point. So I think we'll need to know, right, if that's how high of a priority that is for us to contemplate adding non-classroom folks to what we're considering.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I appreciate it sounds like recommendation that we would ask people to add that to their license to make it clearer. Or if you can bring it back if it's an official
Right, I'm looking at my HR-oriented colleagues here, so.
We'll bring it back as a recommendation I'm taking good notes.
Yeah, okay, sounds
Okay.
good. I think what would be helpful for me is to understand what positions a master's is required. What positions we do fund with a master's,
Mhm.
we are proposing to fund with a master's, and then what certified positions we're not gonna fund. If that's, or are proposed to not be
Yeah.
funded. So that would be helpful.
Okay.
I'll just add to that, like the counselors are on a different schedule anyway, right? So thinking about who is on that certified teacher schedule, there's not a teacher, but is paid on that schedule that has a master's. So some of those positions are already kind of on a different.
And districts, and I think what's hard about that work too is, and we can do that, and that's, districts have gotten creative over the years of things that have been created, and we're treating them as certified people, and they're doing all sorts of things, and so, but we'll make sure that we have that for you. And we've got some work that we've done on that before that we would just need to tighten up.
Guys, if we would, let me recognize you so that we can keep everything in order. Were you finished, Ms. Umstead? Okay, so let's go back to Ms. Chavez, make sure you have completed,
I have a couple more things.
and then
I'll
we'll
be done.
come to you, Ms. Byers, okay?
So let me say with the media coordinators, I am concerned about the cutting of the media coordinators, obviously based on everything that we've heard. Also what I know of the tech responsibilities that aren't really, funded fully. Is there, I don't think we get enough funding for that, like the management of all the when we went one-to-one, I think that largely fell on media coordinators. So I'm concerned about that management as well, with their, with all their other responsibilities. Let me see here. And can you tell us about the club dance program? So it stayed in place this year. If,
Yeah,
and
I get the sense that there's a narrative and a story that predates me and Dr. Lewis with that dance program. So I think I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in on that.
So I'd just like to associate myself with Mr. Teeter's comments. This narrative also predates me, but I've heard some of it. Essentially, the club dance program, as I understand it, was slated to go away as a result of the changes to the club curriculum and program, and the ending of its magnet status. All, of course, as a part of the Growing Together changes for the district level. There was this year and let me share that there were other schools that also had similar programs whose programs ended. There was some discomfort about whether or not it had been clearly communicated or not that the dance program at club would be ended. And given that kind of concern and lack of clarity, we agreed to extend the program for an additional year. And I would add an action that we did not take in the case of other schools that lost their similar programs. But we were clear at the outset of that process that the extension would be for 1 year, and the program would then not be funded.
thank you. Thank you for reminding us of that. I'm sure we learned that at some point, but about why it has continued this year into the first year of Growing Together. If there were changes that were, that were taking place before this year. So, okay, that's it for me for now. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it,
Vice.
Mr. Tab. Thank you for helping keep me in order. It's a challenge. While we were talking about master's pay, which has been such a sticky problem for us as we had different interpretations and staff had different interpretations, I do think that clarity would be important. I also would be interested in knowing what, we're only the second district in the state that has reinstated master's pay. And so I would be interested in alignment with Wake, or at least knowing what Wake is doing, as folks tell us different things, and I don't know what's accurate and what's not, but they're our largest competitor on that. And then, I look forward to you all kind of ranking these priorities of the additional items in your budget. Dr. Lewis, tell us, if we don't get what your budget fully funded or our budget fully funded, what do you think is most critical? I think that will be so important for this board. And one of those to me is, if we do not get additional money for expansion of master's pay, do we take the amount that we have and spread it amongst more people? Do we run models that say, we want to be equitable, we want to be fair, but we might not have 10% for everyone in this district, right? I mean, and I understand a lot of our folks want everything. We want everything for all of our folks, and we also live in a reality that this state is not friendly, and the Department of Ed at the federal level may make further cuts and harm children. So as we work on mission critical, I just think we have to kind of model all different scenarios as we work through this budget going forward. But thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Board Member Carter Alden, I apologize, you were supposed to have been earlier myself.
That's okay. Thank you so much for helping to clarify and answer all of our questions and putting all of the work you have into the budget so far, Mr. Teeter. I just have a couple smallish questions and then some overarching thoughts. Smallish questions would be, one, is our current starting rate for bus drivers, am I understanding that's 1943?
Yes, ma'am.
Our website lists 1886, but is there something like in the, and that's on the old, it wasn't the old and it's now on the new website too. I just double checked, but it says something about like during training. So I'm wondering, I just want, when people come to our website and we're trying to recruit people, and also when I'm thinking and talking about our starting rate for bus drivers, I want to make sure that I know what I'm talking about and people know. So could we get clarification on that? It might just be a,
Ms. Hager?
I'm checking that out now, so we'll make sure that's correct.
thank you so much. And then I had sent this question, which you're right, is a little bit more for Dr. Webb. So far, sorry, Dr. Webb, I'm going to pull you into this discussion now. I would love, like, I like the idea of looking at increasing pay for bus drivers and and supplement maybe, but I would love to hear from you based on all the discussions you've had with our transportation staff and research that your team has done, what the top 2 to 3 recommendations that you have are for improving recruitment and retention, because there were a number of different ideas that have come out in the last few months, including, break spaces and increasing sub pay and summer employment, many of which came from our employees. So are these, I guess I want the board to be considering the top recommendations, like the best of the best here, and have more information to be able to weigh which we want to do.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may respond. So the work on the break spaces continues. We're investigating the opportunity. We have two temporary sites in mind, and we're already working on those, and that'll be more immediate, but something even more long range facilities at each of our spots. One of the things that we're recommending that we shared last presentation was opening up the third lot. That was something that our internal folks had wanted, or reopening the lot. The pay, and then increasing conversation the pay for the employees who are helping us out, that rate of pay as well. So Mr. Teeter is working on that. Actually, we had conversation about that today. If you allow me, I'll come back to you with more information about our top 2 recommendations. Obviously, what we've heard the most is the compensation and the working conditions. So I can give you more specific information. I'll confer with Ms. Hager, and we can come back and give you some more information if that's okay.
Thank you. Yes, that'd be great. Since we know the working conditions, all those different pieces have fiscal implications as well. So as we're weighing all of those.
Yes, ma'am.
And then quick question related to positions and allotment. We, I think over the summer when Ms. Moore was here on an interim basis, it mentioned the idea of an allotment manual. Is that something that could be in our future to help us all, like the board and staff and the community, better understand how allotments are made across the district? Or what are your thoughts on that, Mr. Teeter?
Yeah, so Ms. Hager and I have talked about that. And so so as we've been going through processes, we've been trying to rebuild things. So the allotment workbooks that we share with schools is an example of something we rebuilt from scratch. And then as we have had conversations, she's started a running log of things that would go in a manual of sorts, so that we have that for Durham. So I think after us living the Durham experience together this go round, I think we will have something from all of our experiences that is handy moving forward, and we know that it's in a way that our folks need it. And so, but yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. And then just a few more thoughts, and it's what feels like dreaming big right now, but I just need to say them. And I sometimes feel like a broken record with these. So I would love for us to eventually get to a point where our budget is closely aligned to the outcomes that we want to see in the district, and we're evaluating our efforts to make sure that the money we're investing is having the intended outcomes. And so we're tying this to the strategic plan. If we say in the strategic plan that we want to reduce our suspension rate by X amount, then what exactly are we doing that we think is going to get us there, and how are we monitoring things to make sure that we are getting there and we're investing our resources wisely, right? Again, it feels like we have a ways to go, but that feels like a smart way to do things. I don't know if you have thoughts on
We do. So I think Dr. Lewis and I are on the same page, and we've been through at least one sort of demonstration of a dashboard that we may be able to construct for Durham to try to organize information in that way and convey it in that way that's consumable. So we're definitely, as we're working on sort of these short-term dilemmas, we're also planning and organizing and thinking about some of these longer-term targets. So yeah, so I think there's one more version of that dashboard I want to see before we make a commitment there, but we're definitely thinking about that and thinking about the best way to do it.
Very cool. And then you mentioned this earlier about getting feedback, but again, just would love to be soliciting and incorporating robust feedback from our staff and our students through various mechanisms, like super early on, so we can make sure we're incorporating that every year. And then lastly, eventually would like to move to a point where we're really, like, we talk about equity a lot and we have different ways that we think about that, I think. But in my mind, it means that some schools and some staff and some students might need more than others, that everybody's not getting the same amount. And so I think if we can keep thinking about and learning from other districts and the ways that they're giving those schools and staff and students that really need more than those who don't.
And I think in tandem with, right, so the request that we had from Ms. Byer, just in terms of some of our ratios and personnel, right, we've got similar formulas that exist for resources. And so I think we'll make sure to lift that out as well and try to convey how we do it now and try to shed some light on that. And if we need, after we see that, if we feel like we need to move that needle further, right, we can talk about that.
Thank you.
And-
Appreciate your leadership.
And that's going to be a culture shift, I will say, because 500 students in Building A does look totally different from 500 students in Building B, from the needs of the students, from the needs of the staff. So take into account the number of EC students we have, the number of ELL students we have, a free reduced lunch rate, the number of new teachers and the supports that they have as well. And so that will be a culture shift. And if a community and a district truly understands equity work, it's not equal. So you may not get the same number of staff at Building A and you shouldn't, because the needs of those buildings are totally different. And so I often tell people, if we're really serious about equity, it should be shown in your budget. So thank you for lifting that.
Thank you for your leadership, Dr. Lewis.
Dr. Lewis, if I can just add, and Mr. Teeter will understand part of the
Dr.
work.
King, Mr. Tab said he didn't recognize you.
And Dr.
sorry.
Lewis. Okay. Let's be clear.
Forgive me, Mr. Tab.
Go ahead.
May I speak?
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
King.
I just want to share that part of the work around our allotment adjustments is about positioning ourselves to be able to do that work. The plain truth of the matter is, the way we have been allotting ourselves over the last few years absolutely precludes our ability to do that. If we give out every single resource that we can possibly give out right at the beginning, there are no resources left over to look at in terms of intentional support for schools. And so part of the reason why we're looking at moving ourselves closer as a base position in terms of allotment is so we create some space wherein we can use to start doing that intentional assignment of resources to schools that have specific needs, rather than, again, as Dr. Lewis was saying, just giving everybody the same thing.
Good.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would like to now recognize Board Member Harold Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Tab, and thank you, Mr. Teeter. I just wanted to, you helped me acknowledge that this is my first budget cycle. And so I'm celebrating that and saying, okay, great. I'm getting my feet wet and understanding the process and all of the different moving parts. And so, yay. I wanted to talk about the capital outlay part of the budget. Like, no, it's very, very, I'm not gonna bring up a whole lot, but, just something that I'm trying to understand. And it doesn't have to be for now. I just want to understand, I'm hearing our students, talk to us about their Green New Deal and understanding that capital outlay is already, earmarked for these kinds of projects and wanting to know if in this budget process, if that is a part of our strategic plan, um, how does our capital outlay address that? Is it or is it not addressing that? Those needs? Is that something very, very different? They've been coming to us over and over again, just, asking for us to, I don't think they understand. And so I would like to be able to understand myself and to clarify it for our students, with the Sunrise Movement, who are trying to understand how the budget works for those kinds of things. Like, so I guess I'm asking, not for now, but can we look at our capital outlay and say, this is how it's already being used, or this is how it's going to be used? And is it, or is it not addressing what they're looking for in their Green New Deal conversations?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's something that we can look at, right? And obviously, anytime that we, and I don't want to steal too much from Dr. Webb with facilities, but anytime that we engage in new construction or we're renovating properties, we're doing things to tighten them up, make them more efficient, which ultimately does help kind of with those green efforts. Prior to K-12, I worked for a university that was very energy and conservation focused and pursued things like LEED certifications, and they had silver and gold rankings for things that they had done to be efficient. I'm not sure that I've seen any K-12 institutions get to that point because it does require some substantial upfront investment, but as we're planning as a team and in tandem with the board about when the next bond effort is and what that looks like and what the goals are of that, I think that's a great time to vision what does more energy efficient look like in our facilities. But I don't know if Dr. Webb has anything else that he would want to add to that.
Dr. Webb, anything you want to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Tapp.
You're
Yes, sir.
welcome.
It's a great question. And it's part of our ongoing mission, not only in new construction, but when opportunities present itself as we utilize those annual capital outlay funds, when we have the opportunity to repair, to build back, maybe a little better than where we were. That's not as efficient as when we build new constructions or renovate. And when we do look at those facilities, our two newest facilities, Murray Massenburg, there was input from our energy partners in that design phase in the new DSA. That team has had input as well as to what efforts, what initiatives, what steps can we take to reduce our carbon footprint, to make a greener building, to make a more sustainable building. And we've expanded our sustainability department for an ongoing effort, as well as new constructions, renovations, and corrections. So when possible, we can do that through the capital outlay. That's our year-to-year meeting, keeping the doors open, those types of things, keeping our buildings refreshed. But as we look towards future construction, it is a major part of the conversation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Terry, you good? Okay. Is there anyone else? Board member? No, I'm good. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, cycle back. Mr. Teeter, in the budget that you developed, the continuation budget with some additions there, and thinking about master's pay, is there any wiggle room? Because we know that master's pay is a moving target. Like when we implemented this, we heard our neighboring county was, $4 or $5 million over what they had originally allotted for. We, probably don't get there. But I'm just wondering how that number was budgeted, and do we have space for, as people move in and out of the district, on that number?
Right, we did, so like my first experience, at this podium was unpacking the master's pay, right, guesstimation. So yeah, we did make sure, as we've mapped this out, that we did leave some margin for error, with those positions so that we weren't, caught in that same spot.
Okay, I have one more question. Then
Not as severe.
great, that's really good. And then EC and ESL supplements that we also added last year.
Mhm.
As far as our budget, were we able to stay within what we had allocated for that for this year? It's not lifted up in the continuations, which I'm making an assumption that we were able to stay within that
Right.
allocation, but I don't want to make that assumption and want to make
Right,
that.
so that's a specific space, that we, did not have concern, and it was easier, it's an easier item to quantify, because we can immediately see, here's an EC teacher, here is an ESL teacher, and done, right? It's not really a licensure wrinkle, for us per se, and so, that's part of our so it's embedded, what we've been doing now, it's embedded in our current continuation budget to continue.
And then at some point, it'd be nice to have some data on how all of that is working as far as retention. So I think Ms. Hager and you made the question, but thank y'all.
Okay. Board Member
You-
Byer.
Thank you. Just, Dr. King, this might be for you. Our community lifted up the heart expansion in the schools, and would it be possible in the future to have some data on the number of responses that the heart team is already doing within DPS, or you could even speak to that? I think that would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. That is certain. We can certainly pull together. I would note that Hart does respond to calls from our schools regularly. In fact, I saw a few emails today. I think at least one email today where they responded to an event. So that's certainly something that we can bring back to the board.
All right. Any other board members? Okay, thank you all for this really great, robust conversation. This is just like flying a plane over here. We are behind schedule, and we're going to make up some airtime. On your next presentation, are you ready?
I am so ready.
Okay,
Yes.
so if you can cut off 10 minutes of it, that'll be great, but if you don't, it's all right.
No problem. So the next item, so we lifted up this, as a part of the previous conversation, in that we had the need, to transition Durham from, its interim spending resolution to a permanent resolution. Myself and the budget team did a lot of work, to unpack, where Durham was for the 24-25 year, getting that base budget in the system, so that we could have an informed 25-26. And so this really, for me, is a matter of housekeeping, that we're required to have in place for the local government commission. And this instrument is one that will be audited by for the 24-25 audit to make sure we don't have budget violations. And so we have to have board approval for us to make sure that the funds have been distributed across these funds and across these programs. I envision in the future that we'll probably do, some more in-depth, budget code classes for board members if we need to, as we have more board members come on. But you've seen these broader categories addressed, in the larger budget document that we're planning for next year. So just quick overview, we break it down by state, local, federal, capital outlay, child nutrition, our community grants / before and after care fund, and our, other restricted, fund, or Fund 8, here in Durham. So we budget it by fund. And then each of those categories, we have various purposes, whether it's for instructional program support, ancillary services, charter schools, or capital outlay needs. So we also spell out the revenues and where those are coming from. We're required for those to match, right? So we're required to have healthy, accurate estimates of what revenue we might bring in and how we're going to spend those. In a normal budget cycle, this is something that we would have in front of you really no later than September-ish. but really had kind of unique circumstances this year. And then you would see subsequent amendments to this as we receive more money, or as schools or directors may decide they need to move money across categories. We might see changes with this as we make amendments. But we'd like for you to get this in place tonight to sort of lock in 24, 25, make that official, and we have that authority to operate in these confines. And then over the next couple of months, we'll be bringing amendments in front of you. We are still receiving resources from the state, even this late in the year, that we have to budget for as they come in. And we'll certainly maybe have some tweaks as we close out the year. So you'll see a similar document in front of you at least 2 more meetings where we're making amendments from this point. But it's the highest level overview I could give on that, and happy to answer any questions the board has about this particular document.
Board members, any questions about this document?
But really, we've, and just to further we've unpacked the guts on this as we've had various things in front of you where we've been coming up short or running over, and this is reflective of us tidying all that up and having it in a solid place.
Thank you. Seeing no response, do we need to make a motion on this?
I would move approval of the Durham Public Schools budget resolution for 2024-2025.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the budget amendment for 24-25. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Teeter.
Ms. Teeter, thank you very much, and thank you for getting us through that one really nicely.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
y'all.
All right. Next on our agenda is our strategic plan priority 4 update. Ms. Sheena Cooper. You can take as much time as you need. Mr. Teeter did a good job getting us back.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
He didn't really mean that. You have 30 minutes for the entire presentation and the questions and answers.
Absolutely, and we are prepared to adhere to that full 30 minutes or less. Good evening, Chair Rogers, board members, Superintendent Lewis, colleagues, and Durham community. We are pleased to be with you this evening to provide an update on the progress of Priority 4 of the Durham Public Schools 2023-2028 Strategic Plan. Next slide, please. Where are the slides? There we go. Thank you. As we transition to slide number 2, Durham Public Schools is guided by a clear mission and vision that reflect its commitment to students, families, and the community. These statements are not just words, but the foundation for every decision, initiative, and strategy within the district. Third slide. Thank you. Today, our focus is Priority 4, cultivate meaningful and authentic community engagement. Priority 4 is the cornerstone of our commitment to igniting limitless potential for all of our students. Research indicates that when families, communities, and schools work together, outcomes are greatly improved for our students. We know that meaningful partnerships provide crucial support, resources, and opportunities that enhance student learning and school improvement efforts. Next slide, please. In a few moments, you'll hear about how DPS continues to develop a robust system that enhances every aspect of a student's educational journey, from academic achievement to personal growth and future readiness, all rooted in communication, connection, and community. The goal areas for Priority 4 are designed to ensure that Durham Public Schools and the community work collaboratively to support student achievement, well-being, and long-term success, strengthening the district's relationships with families, community organizations, and stakeholders to create a more inclusive, supportive, and engaged educational environment. Next slide, please. On the screen, you'll see a snapshot of the work done during the 2023-24 school year, all geared toward helping us connect with our students, families, and school communities. As we approach the conclusion of year 2 of our 5-year strategic plan, engaging with our families and the community remains at the forefront. At this time, I'd like to welcome Goal Team Leads Crystal Roberts, Director of Strategic Communication, and Dr. Dietrich Danner, Senior Executive Director for Federal Programs and Community Engagement, who will highlight some of the important work that has been underway this academic year. Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, teammate. And good evening, Chair Rogers, Vice Chair Carter Auten, members of the board, Dr. Lewis, colleagues, and community members. We're pleased to share with you a snapshot of the work being done to continuously shore up our commitment to two-way, authentic, and effective messaging. Allow me to recognize co-chair colleagues Maria Bushguy, if you'll raise your hand or stand up, Pablo Friedman, and our fellow colleagues in the work, Heidi Perez, Dr. Rita Rathbone, who is not here tonight, Darnice Massey, Keandra Robinson, also not here, and Terry Phillips. We thank them for their contributions and expertise. Next slide. As Ms. Cooper stated, Durham Public Schools has established cultivating meaningful and authentic community engagement as priority for its overarching goal. The plan sets 3 targets outlined in Priority 4A, 4B, and C for reaching this goal. Next slide, please. Priority Goal 4A's target states that by 2025, DPS will assess school and district processes to establish standards for enhancing consistent, understandable, and culturally responsive messaging for internal and external stakeholders. Please know that this work comes with robust discussion around the work and its objectives. We talk about standard operating procedures, expectations for communicating internally and externally, the true definition of cultural responsiveness, and the need to audit for continuous improvement. To that end, you'll note that there are strategies in place, in progress, and next steps toward reaching our goals, so this work is ongoing. Next slide. Tonight, we'd like to focus upon 2 of our in-place strategies: our newly launched website and mass notification system, which debuted on March 31st, and our ever-expanding Parent Ambassador Program. Next slide. We'll begin with the website. This newly constructed tool serves as a digital gateway into our district. It supports Priority 4 by increasing dialogue, feedback, collaboration, and partnerships between DPS and the greater Durham community with dynamic, ever-evolving content. We might add as well that the development of this website was truly a collaborative effort among our principals and their designees, and with our IT and research and accountability departments, coupled with the forward-facing leadership and thoughtful work of our colleagues on the Priority 4 committee. The tactics we used to bring this strategy to fruition were to first seek approval so that the work could begin. We officially started this work in July 2024 when, thanks to the Board of Education's advocacy and approval, we announced that our current content management system was being discontinued and that we would need to seek a new provider. Thanks to your support, We have established a dynamic portal of content committed to providing timely information and telling inspirational stories of our teachers, students, and staff. Are we one slide ahead? Okay. Please, if you can go back one slide, colleagues. Thank you. On its face, the website has an updated design and navigation system that is more user-friendly. It has expanded mobile responsiveness, and it provides seamless integration with modern tools and platforms. The construction of our new website is intentional, with a strategic approach to content, design, and user experience. The DPS mobile application also promises increased access. And last but not least, the website is easier for staff to use. To ensure that our building leaders and school-based colleagues were prepared, 5 training sessions were offered and attended by principals and their designees. The sessions served as acknowledgement that our image depends upon the empowerment of those who have stories to tell. Finally, our entire website and app include a multi-language translation feature and are ADA accessible so that visitors are able to explore our district using technology without barriers. We're also highlighting our Parent Ambassador Program, a network of involved parents that we're committed to growing as a vital extension of our district and engagement strategy. It further supports our aim toward cultural responsiveness, and the network serves as an in-house focus group that provides us with feedback regarding our message clarity and timeliness. Parents are an essential component of growing the Durham Public Schools community. They are champions of our schools, programs, and staff, and they can advocate for DPS among families in a way that the district cannot. DPS is looking for parents, guardians, and adult family members of enrolled students who are interested in volunteering to engage current and prospective families in dialogue about the district, their respective schools, and the benefits of a DPS education. Parent ambassadors should be passionate not only about their individual schools, but also about the district, and be willing to share information about DPS both in their personal circles and through district-wide events and initiatives. Through this Parent Ambassador Program, parents can strengthen their skills, knowledge, and confidence to better serve and advocate for students. Parents will also have the opportunity to develop and build relationships with other parent and community leaders. The Parent Ambassador Program started in 2024 in April, and it started with about 7 interested parents and guardians whose students attend Durham Public Schools. It then grew to 15, and now 25 strong. We're preparing another solicitation for additional members. According to one of the ambassadors, this program has increased her engagement and helped to close the gap she perceived that existed between administration leadership and parents. She said, and I quote, "I really enjoy learning more about Durham Public Schools, putting faces with names and voices, and hearing about programs directly from the stakeholders. Additionally, I enjoy learning from the other parents involved in the program. Parenting is hard. Helping your child through school is challenging, and it's amazing to have this network of engaged parents to learn from. The parent ambassadors commit to 2 years and attend monthly in-person meetings facilitated by our own Maria Bushguy, Darnese Massey, and Ashley Stevens, where ambassadors hear directly from district leaders about programs and initiatives and can ask questions and learn about the myriad of resources offered to our students. The participants also share their recommendations, advocate for other parents, participate in events like the annual holiday parade and the showcase of schools, and serve as spokespersons when the media needs a parent perspective. Most importantly, they connect with parents and the community as champions for our schools and students. Parent ambassadors strengthen their skills, knowledge, and confidence to better serve and advocate for students. These are just two of the strategies we're using to enhance our messaging with families and community and to create opportunities to engage authentically. I'll now turn the mic over to Dr. Dietrich Danner for overview of goals 4B and C, and after his presentation, we'll be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Roberts, for your outstanding presentation. Good evening, Dr. Lewis, Board Chair Rogers, board members, and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to provide updates around our work for Priority B, 4B, and 4C. Before I begin, I would like to recognize the co-leads for Priority 4B, Dr. Ernetta Cagle, Aniela Mogoen Lopez, as well as our Gold Team members Claudia Acevedo, Celia Moria, Priscilla Thompson, Ashley Stevens, and Teresa Dafford. Next slide, please. I would also like to recognize the co-leads for Priority 4C, Maria Bushguy and Darnice Massey, as well as our Gold Team members, Yannicka Pulliam, Crystal Roberts, Tracy Super Edwards, Corinne Beckett, and Ashley Stevens. We truly thank you, our colleagues, Gold Lead team members, whose leadership and dedication has been instrumental in the success of our work. Next slide, please. Tonight, I will share our in-place progress for the DPS Family Academy and community partnerships and provide an in-progress update on the National Centers for Families Learning and North Carolina Statewide Family Engagement Center Family Literacy Grant. As we began the 24-25 school year, the team utilized the 2023-2024 DPS Family Engagement Survey to inform our year-long family engagement offerings. 693 families completed the survey. These families indicated the following: increased two-way communication district-wide, school to home, and district to home. Provide varied family engagement options such as face-to-face, virtual, and various times of the day, and increase social emotional learning opportunities for families. Families also shared that the district should consider streamlining communication and decreasing the use of multiple apps and communication platforms such as the DPS app, Class Dojo, Remind, Talking Points, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Peach Jar, school-based newsletters, and the DPS Sporting Events app to communicate with families. It is our goal to increase the response rate of families in future family engagement surveys. Over the past 12 years, the DPS Family Academy has continuously supported families by providing evidence-based, meaningful family engagement trainings and activities to support their child's learning. Research posits the more families are engaged in the school environment, students are more likely to excel holistically. This year, the Family Academy added additional course offerings based on the feedback received from the DPS Family Engagement Survey around social-emotional learning, academic support, and parent advocacy. This year, in partnership with the DPS Office of Federal Programs, Curriculum and Instruction, Student Support Services, Book Harvest, Solace Counseling and Consulting, and the Durham Council of PTAs, the Family Academy increased its family engagement offerings from 43 to 60. To date, over 400 families have benefited from the Family Academy offerings. The attendance of our family engagement programs is diverse and representative of the district's demography. Over the past year, school administrators and educators were provided training on how to effectively plan meaningful family engagement, Parent representatives from Title I Family Engagement Advisory Steering Committee and the DPS parent ambassadors were provided strategies for creating meaningful family engagement opportunities in partnership with school leaders, educators, and staff. The work of the Family Academy has provided the district the opportunity to receive national recognition and most recently, the National Center for Families Learning and North Carolina statewide Family Engagement Center grant to support family literacy in marginalized communities. The 3-year, $90,000 grant serves families at C.C. Spalding Elementary School. Families participating in the grant will receive resources and additional educational opportunities to build their capacity in supporting their child's academic success. 20 families will be recruited to participate in the program. The grant launched in February 2025 with training of internal and external essential partners such as Book Harvest, DPS Foundation, Durham's Partnership for Children, Durham Technical Community College, El Centro Hispano, Freedom Lines Literacy Collective, Hearts, and ISLA, Immersion for Spanish Language Acquisition. The upcoming second annual Family and Community Engagement Summit will be held on Saturday, April 2026, 2025 at Southern School of Energy and Sustainability. It is another opportunity for families to gain invaluable information about academic, social-emotional, and community resources and programs offered in Durham Public Schools and the greater Durham community. We welcome all DPS families and staff to join us at this event. The Priority 4C team continues to work closely with schools in identifying meaningful community partners for their school. The district defines a community partner as an organization whose goals align with the DPS strategic plan to meet meaningful academic, college and career readiness, health and wellness, and socio-emotional needs of our students. The partnership serves as a relationship that increases student growth and development. It is our goal that entities such as faith-based organizations, businesses, civic and government agencies, educational institutions, and other community grassroots organizations complete the Community Partnership Application Portal to strengthen school community relations and increase stakeholder engagement in our schools. In a recent school community partner survey administered to school leaders, 56 out of 57 principals self-reported that their school had one or more community partners. Based on the School Community Partner Survey data, the Office of Academic and Leadership Services is currently working with schools to ensure identified community partners are vetted and approved through the Community Partnership Application Portal, which involves identifying the nature of the partnership and completing the memorandum of agreement. The Office of Legal Services reviews the MOA, and the partnership is approved by deputy superintendents. Once approved, partners are onboarded. By 2026, all schools should have at least one community partner. Since the launch of the Community Partnership Application Portal in July 2023, a total of 91 community organizations have applied to serve our schools as partners. Of the 91 applicants, a total of 18 have been approved. Many organizations may opt out of the process due to the nature of the partnership, which requires criminal background checks and does not provide funding for organizations who desire to serve as a vendor. Some of our partners include DPS Foundation, Students U, Emily K, Student Unions at Duke, Student U, Emily K, Durham Council of PTAs, Book Harvest, Center of Home Ownership and Economic Development, Durham Children's Initiative, Durham County Cooperative Extension, Junto's 4-H Program, Global Legacy Network Incorporated, Schoolwork Assistance Initiative Tutoring Program, and the American Heart Association. The team continues to utilize feedback regarding the Community Partnership Application Portal to strengthen and improve family and community engagement opportunities across the district. Next slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight, and we are open for questions.
Thank you all so very much. Great presentation. I'll now open up to board colleagues. Any questions that you all may have? Okay, Board Member Harold Goff.
I just wanted to say that the website looks fantastic. I love it. It's so much more user-friendly. I've been playing around with it and looking for things and dreaming about all the other things that will be showing up in it soon. I had one question about the translation. I'm noticing that, and it makes sense, that anything that is in board docs, like, the policies, our meetings and things like that, because it goes to board docs, then there's no translation available when it leaves the site. So I'm just wondering, are we exploring how we might be able to add translation to those important documents for the community as well?
I think that is certainly an ongoing conversation we can have about how we provide access to documents across the district for all of our families as relates to language access. The Board Docs program is not something that is overseen by our office, so we are not familiar with that product or that service as it relates to the translation capabilities of it. So I cannot speak directly on the full capability of that, but certainly I would think that ensuring that there are opportunities to provide greater access to families as it relates to translated documents is something that we all aspire to do, and it's something that our district has a commitment to doing.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis?
Thank you so much,
You're
sir.
welcome.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are you specifically in board docs talking about the PDFs, the attachments, or the entire program?
It looks like anything, the entire program, anything that, if it leaves the website, if you click on it, if it goes to board docs, there's no translation capability.
Okay, we can show you how to translate in board docs. It's just the PDFs that we need to continue to research how to
Okay.
translate. But board docs, the web-based program, can be translated to any language.
All right. So the policies and our agendas, are those all documents that aren't?
The PDFs, we can't translate right now, but if you go into policies, you can translate. Yes, yes.
Okay. Can I go over to Dr. Giovanni just to add to that? Okay, thank you. Dr. Giovanni.
Yes, Ms. Harold-Goff, I just wanted to clarify with policies, we do not use auto-translate for those. We do have a certified translator that we pay to translate certain policies, and those have always been available in board docs within the policy manual. So you just click on either the English version or the Spanish version. It's not all like 350 policies, but it is a significant number of policies that are most relevant to our families. But those are properly translated and not by the website. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Chavez.
Thank you for all of it. I agree about the website. It looks great. I appreciate having a deeper dive into the Parent Ambassador program, and I have a couple of questions about that. I just want to say I would love when you bring this back to have just a little bit more data on the outcomes. So I know the program is growing right now, so that's really good. And I've met some of the parent ambassadors. Thank you. And they're watching. Because it just seems like really, really awesome to have that in place. Would love to know like how many contacts they make and that kind of stuff. Like, what are we seeing as a result, of them? And anything that we can like kind of track at the schools that they're at. There might be a difference between schools that don't have a parent ambassador and those that do. And then I wanted to speak or ask specifically along the vein of language justice, is speaking English a requirement of being a parent ambassador?
Speaking English is not a requirement for being a parent ambassador.
Thank you. I hope, and I don't know who all the parent ambassadors are, but I hope that is broadcast so that people don't assume that they would be, excluded for that reason. Obviously, there's lots of outreach to do if you don't speak English and you speak Spanish or another language. So, and some of our schools are majority Latino at this point. So, I was also thinking about parents who might be able to speak to the media, to the Spanish speaking or Spanish language media, since that is a role within the program. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member? Seeing none. Thank you all so very much. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is the meet and confer. Superintendent Dr. Lewis.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Board Member Tab. Good evening again, board members, members of the community. We're excited to bring to this board an update on draft policy 7215, which is the Meet and Confer Committee on Employee Relations. We wanted to provide an update since our last time in this room talking about going forward with developing a meeting confer policy back in September. And so Dr. Giovanni and myself will tag team this. Next slide, and we'll kind of walk through. Next slide. And one more. Okay, so our outcomes and the purpose of this presentation, again, is just to provide an update from that September meeting. In addition, we will share a brief history of the ad hoc work, also policy 7210. We'll share information there. We'll talk about progress post-September 2024 when we were given the directive to develop this policy. Dr. Giovanni will talk a little bit about the North Carolina code, that general statute, and then another goal is to receive some guidance and some direction from the board as we continue to move towards a final step. I do agree that we are very close, and I really feel optimistic that we will have a final policy here soon, because I often say our kids can't wait, but equally as important, our staff can't wait as well. And so we're really excited to share an update on where we've been, and then get some feedback on the direction, in terms of direction where we need to go to bring a final policy. So next slide. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Giovanni.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Lewis. Just wanted to give a brief overview and note that we did not enter into this work in a vacuum. The Board of Education on April 23rd adopted Policy 7210, Staff Involvement in Decision-Making, demonstrating the board's commitment to receiving ideas and encouraging employees, administrators, et cetera, to share their concerns and suggestions with the superintendent and or his designees. And so just wanted to lift that up, that policy has been in place since April of 2020. Next slide, please. Next slide. As I indicated previously, we did not enter into this work in a vacuum. We are operating under the North Carolina statutes. The first one that we did recognize and understand that we had to comply with is 95-98, that it shall be deemed against the public policy of the state and illegal, unlawful, and void for any agreement to exist between a governing agency, such as the Board of Education, and between them and a labor organization as in an attempt to do any type of collective bargaining. And that's been in place for obviously several years. So we had to make sure that we were working within those constraints. Next slide, please. The next statute, and this is in 115C, which is the Education Code for North Carolina, and the legislators did create this statute with the intent that this be followed by boards of education, and that it would control the actions of education employee associations as well. And we did kind of redact some of it because it kind of went into some detail that we didn't necessarily need. But for example, it includes classified education employee associations, teacher associations, and teacher organizations, and defines a school as one being operated by a local school administrative union. And if you look in here in 115C 335.9, it does provide that the intent in general, it provides that its intent is that all employee associations have equal access. And I will note that I was not able to find any additional information regarding these definitions as well. So I just wanted to make the board aware of that as well. Next slide, please. Under that statute, it does provide that LEAs, school districts, shall not do several things, and it has several prescriptive sections to it. And the ones that we found ourselves wrestling with as we went through this process was the three, to provide preferential treatment through procedures, policies, or any other means. And the next one does number 4, to endorse or appear to endorse one education employee association over another. So those were again, we had our existing board policy and these statutes that we were kind of operating from under their purview. Next slide, please. Did you want me to do this one, Dr. Lewis? Okay. So I think on September 26, 2024, after several meetings with an ad hoc committee that had been established back in February of 2024, the board requested that we come and bring an update to that. I will just briefly state, I'm sure I believe all these board members were here. Back in February of 2024, there was a special meeting between board and DAE and the board's attorneys and the DAE attorneys, whereby the board established an ad hoc committee regarding meet and confer. And there were multiple meetings of that committee. And ultimately, this was prior to Dr. Lewis's arrival, we're not able to bring any information back to this body. Upon Dr. Lewis's arrival, it was then determined that an update was warranted to this board because the board had directed that an ad hoc committee work on a meet and confer policy. So on September 26, 2024, the board, and it's in the board docs as well, I didn't put it back in here, but it's in there. The board was provided in that update with 2 versions of a meet and confer policy that came out of those ad hoc committee meetings from March 2024 through, I don't remember when, maybe July, I'm not exactly sure, maybe June of when those meetings ended. But if you recall, there was a 1, 2, 3 version from DAE and the so-called Malone version, as well as pictures of commentary from the work that was done by that ad hoc committee with things kind of that people's feedback on what they thought was great about them and what they thought needed work. And so that was presented to the board. After that presentation of those 2 policy versions, the board then moved and then referred the policy to Dr. Lewis to review and develop a meet and confer policy. Next slide, please.
And per that meeting, that September 2024 meeting, we were directed to work with ERO to bring back a draft policy on meet and confer. So understanding some of the background that Dr. Giovanni just laid out, our goal was to bring a policy, or still is to bring a policy to the board that's student-centered first, a policy that ensures efficiency, because if you think about up to 8 meetings, there's a lot of work that will need to be done in between those meetings. And we owe it to our staff to make sure that we're not coming back to those meetings not prepared. And so a policy that's efficient, but most importantly, a policy that's legally defensible. And so we began those meetings, myself, Dr. King, and Dr. Giovanni. And so when you hear things like Dr. Lewis's policy, I don't operate in a vacuum. And so we met with DAE, their team, President Tweetmeyer, and the individuals listed on the screen. There were 4 meetings: October 14th, one November 1st, November 22nd, and then December 10th. In addition to those meetings, and sometimes in between those meetings, I also had one-on-one meetings with President Tweetmeyer, talking about other things that we needed to address as a school system, but also there were opportunities for us to discuss the meet and confer policy. In addition, as we were drafting these policies, we did not want to wait when there were things that were going on in the district. If you recall, the salary schedule issue in the fall, we invited President Tweetmeyer to come and just look at some of the salary schedules and ask questions. In addition, before we had that budget press conference here in this room, we also invited President Tweetmeyer to just give her an update before we went public with where we were with the budget at that time. In addition, we were invited by a delegation, delegation, Dr. Webb and myself, one for childhood nutrition services, as well as transportation, to listen and hear some of the concerns that they shared with us. So in other words, we wanted to make sure that we were still making ourselves available to listen to our staff and those concerns that they brought forth to us, despite not having a finalized policy.
Dr. Lewis, I'm going to give it another update before you go to the next slide. I do want to point out, board members, that as I had indicated previously at the September 26th board meeting, there were 2 versions of the policy that were shared. When we arrived for the meeting on October 14th, DAE had produced a near identical version of a meet and confer policy that they had shared at the initial ad hoc committee meetings back in March of 2024. And that is what we worked with. And so there was some conversation around that, but recognizing the directive from this board to move forward with a meet and confer policy and not wanting to kind of respecting the work of the ad hoc committee, but recognizing that we did have, a new superintendent, and we wanted to honor what this board's directive was. And so we then started with that version that DAE had produced. So the versions that the board had directed us to look at in September 26th, we did not start with those. We started with DAE's version, and then all of the work has been based on that version that they had produced.
And let me just point out too, within those meetings, there was a lot of give and take on both sides. There were some compromises, and I will tell you, from the initial version to what we have today, it looks totally different because of those conversations at those meetings. Next slide. And so that last meeting was December 10th, and so we were DAE was asked to review those proposed edits as discussed and then schedule a follow-up meeting. There was supposed to be a DAE version and administration version coming to a board meeting. However, meeting confer was not put on that December board meeting. And so I reached out again and said, okay, since we're not having this meeting, can we come back to the table? And so these are just kind of outline continued efforts to try to get to a point where we're both comfortable with bringing a draft policy to the board. And so we continue to ask DAE to continue to have those conversations. January 9th, we sent a draft proposal with 5 potential meeting dates. On the 15th, we asked about meeting to include our attorneys. You may have seen some representation from DAE and a number of attorneys, and we had our attorneys' interpretation as well. And so we asked, could we just bring the attorneys back as well as an attempt to move this policy forward? During one of our one-on-one meetings, asked again to come back to the table. There was a DAE press conference as well as some communication that had went out. And one of the statements that was made, quote, but he has dug in, insisting that he does not need to bring any decision makers at all to the table. That was never an intention, to not have any decision makers at the table. And so during this one-on-one meeting, we talked about that, and it was shared with me some language that was in our draft policy that says up to 5 administrators. And that's where the confusion was, or the interpretation that we didn't want to bring any administrators to the table. And I shared, that's an easy fix. And that's even more reason to come back to the table so we can have these conversations. So we removed that language as well. And then there was also communication that his version of the policy would not expand worker voice in DPS at all. It would only block workers from having a collective voice. And I've always maintained that I wanted worker voice and even more worker voice at the table. March 4th, we sent drafts asking again to come back to the table. On the 24th, we sent a compromise proposal asking to come back to the table. And then on the 28th, most recently sent 4 possible meeting dates, including dates, again, to bring the attorneys. We also talked to our attorneys to see if they would just be willing to have a conversation with their attorney without us at the table to kind of talk about interpretation, because if you think about this language that Dr. Giovanni read, it can be left up to interpretation. And since this has not been challenged and there's no case law in the state of North Carolina, I thought it would be a good idea for the attorneys to come back to the table and talk about, this is how I'm interpreting the policy, again, in an effort to move us forward. Next slide. And so during one of those one-on-one meetings, we removed the language that said up to 5 administrators. So it's clear, up to 5 district administrators, director or above, up to 3 administrators. We removed that up to language out. So it clearly says 3 building administrators to include elementary, middle, and high. And then, so there's a remainder of 5 individuals that we could select to bring. And we were asked to kind of spell out, how would you select those 5? And so the language in red was the draft proposal that we shared, that, okay, this is how we will select those 5 remaining members to be a part of the process. Again, it's all about give and take, right? And so the feedback we received that this still would allow workers, not necessarily managers, to come to the table, managers or supervisors. And so on the 27th, we agreed to remove that language. And so the proposal that you see tonight is just strictly all administrators, managers, supervisors, those staff that supervise other staff. So that language was removed, again, in an effort to compromise, to move this work forward, to bring a draft policy to the board. Next slide. And so our next steps, what you see on the agenda tonight is a compromise policy based on some of the meetings and conversations that we've had with DAE, the feedback that we've heard from them with their attorneys, and the feedback we've gotten from our attorneys. I want to be clear, what you see tonight is not DAE's version. It's our draft proposal. And I will tell you that it is the position of administration that this version that you have before you tonight is legally defensible. And so it's presented tonight as a first read. And so, as you've heard, the last little sticking point, that's why I said we're so close, is the difference between the 6% of EROs and the 30%. That's the last piece that we need to iron out. And I think we'll be ready to come back with a policy that hopefully the board will approve. Next slide. I think that's all. Yes, questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis and Dr. Giovanni. I will now yield to my colleagues for discussion. Colleagues, raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. Okay, Board Member Harold Goff.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I'm so excited to finally be having this conversation in a public forum with, talking about an actual policy that we're looking at, so that we can discuss the pros and cons. I want to also support squashing the notion of a superintendent's administration's policy or a DAE policy. What we're working for is a meet and confer policy. We want to make sure it's the strongest one that we can have, that, that supports what the people are asking for, what it is that we're needing. And in my opinion, we have to trust the people in order for the people to be trustworthy. And that's something that I'd like to see on both sides. That's what I'm most excited about for Meet and Confer, is the opportunity for these conversations to be much stronger, much more productive, in ways that will impact decision-making as a board, that'll impact student outcomes. Cannot wait for this part of the back and forth to be over. And having said that, we've had a lot of conflict, a lot of discussion, a lot of miscommunication, a lot of back and forth to get to this point. We've been waiting a long time to to get to the point to where we can get to this first read and then to the second read and then to finally being able to vote and to make it active. But I want to say that the conflict was necessary. In my opinion, it's necessary because we needed to see. We had to see and we have to understand in order to grow. I still feel like there is a lot of growth as a district that we will make once we have our meet and confer policy in place. There is a lot of narrative and a lot of relationship building and things that have been in disarray for many, many years in this district. And you know, you're walking into something that is, just like they say with microaggressions, has been building and building and building. You're walking right into the middle of it. And I think that the way that that healing comes and the way that we begin to elevate as a district, can only come through a really robust meet and confer process. So very excited for that. I'm feeling like, a lot of the emotion, I don't know how to put it into words, but a lot of the frustration, anger, communication barriers that we've been having, with where things, you know, have still led to like one thing that we have to figure out or decide. And I'm curious to talk to other board members to see if that is something that we can work through now. And it's this concern about the threshold, the 6% or the 30%. Can we discuss that now and figure out something? Can we talk about the pros and cons or, you know, the legalities, all these things, and get this done now so that in the second read, if that is the only thing that we need to consider, I think I see down here also in section E of the policy, the question of, which is also a composition question, like who chairs? Like, will we also have, like, I think it says the president or the vice president. Would we also, like, would that be the president of the ERO with the largest membership? How do we, that language, can we discuss this now and then hopefully bring back in the second read those changes that we have, whatever we need to see to make it substantial, and then, you know, bring that back for the second read without having to say DAE's version or superintendent's version. But that's what I'm wondering, can we work out now? And if that doesn't happen, then what will the board direct be the next move? That is what I'm, so first question is like, how do you all feel about this? I feel like this 30% with all EROs in the room is a good compromise. I'm curious to know what what is still the hang up or the concern about that threshold.
Okay. Colleagues, she's posed a question, but I would also like to hear everybody else's kind of perspective before we jump into deciding, kind of having that conversation, because my first thought is, and thank you so much, Board Member Harold Goff, is that if we're going to take it back to Dr. Lewis and Dr. and Mrs. Micah, I think it's important for them to work it out. If they're going back to the table, that's a conversation maybe that they can have out first and see what they come up with before it comes to us. Because if we discuss it here, then my feeling is that no one is going to agree with probably what it's going to be, and it's going to end up going back to them anyway. that's kind of my thoughts to that, to let them have a chance to work it out. Okay. You had anything else, Board Member Harold Goff, before I go on to the next person? Did you have anything else?
I just want to say that I'm excited for this to be in this public place where we can all talk to each other. And I really would like to understand more about this threshold. And then, and to hear from all other board members. And then as a board, decide whether it really needs to go back or if we can come to terms. I want to see where everyone else is on that. So, but while we're here and we can all talk together, I feel like that a lot of, even with trying to keep up with email and things like this, I feel like I'm hearing one thing and then I'm hearing, and it's creating, sometimes it's confusing me. I want to, while we have this public forum, I want to really understand the parameters around this threshold, because that is it seems like the last little piece of what will make this thing work, even if they go back to fix it. I want to understand what is the conflict with that kind of, it went from 50% down to 30. I want to understand why that's not defensible. And so I'll step back.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Byer.
Thank you, Mr. Tab. I'd like to thank everyone who has worked so hard on this. I'd like to also encourage us just to take a deep breath. I know that through this process that our board has made mistakes. I know that through this process, DAE has made mistakes. And I know that through this, our administration probably has made mistakes. We have had a lot of substantive conversations to get to this place. And this place, Dr. Lewis, this policy that you have brought us here tonight is a historic policy for labor rights in North Carolina. You all have agreed, wrestling back and forth on everything, except for one number that is in this document. One number that is in this document that I need to be clear with our beloved community was proposed by DAE. That's where it came from, okay? That's where it came from. So what I have served this community for 15 years. It is a beloved honor, but it is also important for us to be truthful and honest, even with our organizing tactics. And so I would like to make space to be clear, Mr. Malone or our attorneys, to bring into this space what the challenge is with a North Carolina statute that this board has wrestled with and this administration has wrestled with. We didn't write it. We don't like it, but we are trying to give a win to our education association. And so I would like some clarity on that from our attorneys to be spoken here for us all to hear. And that's literally what we're wrestling with. That's it. That's what we're wrestling with. Is Mr. Malone on virtually?
I am. I'm just.
Thank you, Board Member Byers, for that. And Attorney Malone, would you like to respond?
I mean, I'm happy to. I think that Dr. Giovanni actually did an excellent job of explaining the issue. I don't really have a lot to add to what she's already described. I mean, it's a statute that has not been litigate it to provide us any clarity from the court as to what some of these terms mean, but we certainly believe that the draft policy that the administration has brought forward is very defensible. The issues are making sure that you're not providing more advantages to one ERO than another. And I think that this proposal that kind of originally came from NCAE as a way to recognize EROs of all sizes, we believed that that was a great compromise way to try to address this issue, and continue to support that proposal that they brought forward and that the superintendent is continuing to bring forward.
All right, thank you so much, Attorney Malone, for that. Anything else, Board Member Byer?
I'll probably have more later, but I don't want to take everyone's time. I really want to celebrate the work that has gone in and how historic this policy is, how it begs what is a starting place for this work to continue. And I look forward to supporting it so that we can get the work moving that is urgent, so that we can also all continue to continue to center students in all that we do. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Byer. Any other board members? Okay, Board Member Chavez?
Thank you. All right, well, a couple of months ago, I would not have said this, but now I feel that we truly are close. Thank you, Dr. Lewis and team for working on this. Thank you, DAE leadership and DAE at large for bringing this to us and working on this. I think that in this moment, labor organizing in general, and democratic processes are even more important as democracy is challenged. And so let me respond to Board Member Harold Goff's comments. I think that if, I've been concerned about the process, and I feel that we are almost at the end. And looking at the two drafts, the one from DAE that has come to us, thank you for working on that this week, and then the one that's come to us from Dr. Lewis, they're very close. It is really about this threshold to resolve the one issue. I'm in favor of putting in the language in E1, president or vice president from the ERO with the largest membership will be the vice chair of the committee. So that's where I stand on that. And then I think it's really about this threshold piece. I'm glad we've resolved so many other issues. I'm glad we've resolved the composition piece, all of that. And so I also favor a higher threshold. The 30% seems reasonable. The 6% was proposed as, the issue with addressing the statute in our back and forth was if there was proportional representation in meet and confer, in one meet and confer process by different EROs, qualifying EROs, or if there was proportional time that different EROs with different percentage of membership would have access to this meet and confer process with administration. The second one entailing separate meetings with different EROs. So I think now we're very close. We've decided, DAE has said they'd be willing to, they've compromised on part of this, and so now we're at this threshold piece, and this particular part, section B. And so, yeah, I favor the higher threshold, a threshold of 30%. I think that is a, with an ERO who met that standard would, any ERO could would have a greater representation across employees. And to put it into numbers, let me see, I did this earlier. What is 30%? Let me do it real quick. Unless anybody else has it in front of them. What is it? What? 1,500, right. Okay, we talked about this. 1,500. Around 5,000 non-managerial staff. So, and I think we have around 2,000 classified staff, certified staff, maybe around the same, or I'm not sure exactly, but in any case, that's where I land on that. So if we can't do that, then I do favor the reconvening. If we can't kind of build the compromise in right now in our discussion, then I think the board giving directive, which I have, spoken to many of you about, as far as a final meeting to nail this policy down, that's what I think would be needed. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. I think Board Member Cutout.
Thank you. Also want to acknowledge all of the work that's been put into this, both by administration and by DAE and board members over many months, all the compromises that really everybody has made in this process. I similarly am feeling hopeful that we are close, more hopeful than I have been for maybe 15 months now. So that's saying something. I have some somewhat minor, things that I wanted to mention. So, and I wonder, could we put the policy draft up? Would that be possible? Is that in my face? I could refer to pieces of it. I am in favor, similarly, as has been mentioned in section E1, to add the words from the ERO with the largest membership to specify there's not multiple vice chairs of the committee, and just to be more specific that this would be the ERO, from the ERO with the largest membership, so we don't end up with confusion once we have a policy. Also in favor of, in section C3(3), removing the words employees including, so that it just states up to 5 other DPS administrators, managers, and supervisors. I believe this was discussed over email, and this was something that DAE had requested and Dr. Lewis had indicated was fine with him, so that seems like a pretty straightforward update. Would you mind scrolling to the table, please? I guess I have one concern about the table, a couple of concerns about the table, but one that might be straightforward, which is, you enlarge that, please. I think we need to make these numbers exclusive of one another, so instead of 6 to 10% and 10 to 20%, because then 10 is in both two categories. Like, wouldn't it be 6 to 9% and then 10 to 19%? And 20 to 29, are others seeing that mathematical issue? And then ending with 40 to 49%, with 50% being the one that's named at the top, right, Dr. Giovanni? Okay. And then lastly, I'm also in favor of one final compromise. And I think I'm curious to hear from one of our 2 attorneys that are here. Are there legal issues with increasing the threshold from 6% to 30% or 6% to 20%? And if so, like, how high is too high? And I know this is a opinion, but would love to hear the opinion of those attorneys that are here so that we could think about this from a legal perspective.
Well, I think the question is, I'm sorry, is it okay for me to respond?
I'm sorry, there's more than 2 attorneys here, so any attorneys that are in this room.
Well, thank you
Sorry.
so very much. Which one of y'all would like to speak? Attorney Malone, go ahead.
So I think the real struggle is that, as Dr. Giovanni pointed out earlier, the language in the statute is given education and employee association preferential treatment through procedures, policies, and any other means. And what the 6% threshold does is it seems to be a number that allows smaller EROs to have an opportunity to be represented so that we'd have a better argument that you're not providing preferential treatment. As that number goes up, it increases the chance that a smaller ERO would be able to argue that there is preferential treatment. So what the NCAE originally did in making the proposal at 6% and then and going up from there, we actually thought was a great way of addressing the preferential treatment language, which is really what what we've struggled with the whole time is how do we address preferential treatment? And DAE's proposal really was a great way to go about addressing what is a pretty clear requirement in the statute. So it also helps to address the other bullet that Dr. Giovanni raised, which is endorse one education employee association over another. Again, having that at 6%, again, it just puts the board in the best legal position to defend the policy by having a threshold that that is more realistically probably able to address, a smaller ERO.
All right, thank you, Attorney Malone. Back to you.
Did any other attorneys want to weigh in?
I'm happy to, if I may.
Yes.
I am not as steeped on this issue as Mr. Malone. Obviously, I've been part of the historical conversations, whether it's with you all as board members or with NCAE. But I can say, just as an attorney reading the statute, that's where we start, right? There's no case law interpreting the statute. It's a matter of statutory interpretation, and we just start with the plain language. And the plain language doesn't make distinctions based on ERO size. So that's where we run into issues with the question of, how low or how high do you go on the percentage? It's just something that is not addressed. It's not explained in the statute. There's no case law about it. And there's certainly increasing levels of risk the more the percentage goes up in terms of claims from smaller organizations that don't meet, whether it's 15%, 20%, 30%, 49%.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, any other colleagues?
Just
I have two. Which one
Mhm.
of y'all want? I didn't see whose hand was first. Okay. Go ahead. Spivey.
just to follow up and just to be transparent, like I have asked of Tharrington Smith in the past, are we at risk? The board is taking risk in taking on and putting this into policy rather than in procedure, like in Asheville City. But I asked about EROs that would have that 0 to 5% membership and whether they needed a seat held at the table. That is also risk for the board, but we've been assured that y'all have some level of comfort with that. Because 6 seems arbitrary to me, but,
No, I don't
Is
disagree
that a
with
question?
you.
Are you asking them a question?
I think I am asking them a question, and I think I am asking it in a respectful way,
Yeah.
and I appreciate hearing the answer,
Yes,
friends.
okay. So Attorney Malone, can you respond to that, please?
Sure. No, I think she raised a very good point, and we do obviously, 1 to 10 would be, preferred to ensure that we are, not providing preferential treatment. But we also felt when we looked at this that that some percentage as a reasonable threshold to ensure that, that there's got to be a threshold in reality, and that, 6% certainly seemed to be a very reasonable number. But could that number be lower? Yes. And would we feel better about it? Then yes. But we also are ultimately comfortable that 6% is a very reasonable number, that the board can place some reasonable restrictions on the size of the ERO to have access to this. And again, we believe that we could more easily defend, something like 6%. And that's why we are certainly supporting the superintendent's proposed draft on that point.
Thank you very much. Anything else? You're welcome. Okay, we'll go to Board Member Chavez.
I just want to raise this point that Asheville City Schools, as we know, recently instituted a procedure with meet and confer, and the threshold for the ERO is 50% membership, and it reads: the employee representative organization shall demonstrate at least 50% membership among non-administrators and non-confidential Asheville City School active permanent employees, both full and part-time, and provide evidence demonstrating such twice per school year. So should the employee representative organization fall below 50% membership among non-administrators and non-confidential Asheville City School active permanent employees, this procedure shall not be applicable until the 50% threshold can be met. And I just want to note that as we're thinking about the statute does not distinguish between procedures and policies, given it mentions them both or other means in the same sentence. So there is a precedent now in Asheville, in this state, for a 50% threshold for ERO membership to engage in meet and confer.
Would you like for Attorney Malone to respond to that? Not necessarily? Okay, all right. Okay, anyone else? Okay, Chair Rogers.
Thank you, everybody, for your versions of the meet and confer policy. Thank you for your work in meeting with each other and trying to find middle ground. Much appreciated. And thank you for this presentation tonight. My question is for my colleagues that are in support of changing the threshold. DAE held a rally, and 3 of you supported the March 7th draft that DAE brought to the board and to Dr. Lewis that had the 6% threshold. You sent in writing that you were going to to notify Dr. Lewis that you were speaking in support of DAE's policy. I appreciate the transparency in that. What I would like to understand is, how do we make sure that there's not a moving goalpost for the superintendent? We wouldn't want a moving goalpost for our students. We wouldn't want a moving goalpost for our educators. So on March 7th, the threshold was 6%, but now we're advocating to change it to 30%. When it was good enough then, what has shifted since then?
Thank you, Chair Rogers, for that. Would you like for the colleagues to indulge in conversation? Anyone else would like to speak to that? Okay, I saw Board Member Harold Goff hand first. Would you go ahead, and then I'll come to you. Okay. All right.
After that, at that time, there was still not the language around the compromise on having all of the employees on one side and administration and management on the other. And the compromise that came after that was that, because at that time, with the 6%, it was one ERO in the meeting at one time. So now the compromise is that all of the EROs are meeting at the same time. And so, just for, I mean, without going into just what it takes to organize, what it takes to do that kind of work that we as a governing body are not able to do, to get that kind of democratic process of organizing voices. The compromise to have all of the ROs in the room at the same time was to then raise the threshold so that more of that democratic process could take place. To me, that says that we're trusting the people to do that work. That also means that in that democratic process, that those people, if somebody is coming and if they're working to meet that threshold, and another ERO is losing that as opposed to that, that says something, that communicates something in the democratic process. So the lower that threshold is, if everybody's going to be in the room at the same time, the lower that threshold is, it taints that process. So then the message that you're getting, that organizing, is not as clear. And so I'm in favor not of DAE. I'm in favor of democratic processes and that kind of organizing, and I want that modeled for our youth. Then when things are coming to us, it communicates a certain thing when we're going to be making decisions. I want to encourage that. I don't want to water that down. So the higher, what we can, and I'm also not afraid of the 50% threshold. I mean, you got to work. You have to really be organizing if you want to sit and have, conversations and bring something that has some meat and some weight to it that we're going to be trying to make decisions about. Also, I also feel that, like I said, it's just one part of the kind of engagement, not that administration, but that board members need to do in order for us to be better as a governing body. So I don't see it as excluding any voices or being in any way, and there's been plenty of lawyers also that we haven't heard from that are speaking the same language. That this threshold is not, how you argue it is how you argue it. Our lawyers that we have are saying that it would be hard for them to argue. Other lawyers are saying that it's not. So my North Star is trust the people, and the people will be trustworthy. So before, when it was 6%, it was one ERO, and each ERO had their own meeting. The compromise is that let's put all the EROs in the room, but let's raise the threshold so that they do that work.
All right, thank you, Board Member Goff. Excuse me. Doing good, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna it's okay, she respond to what Ms. Oh, okay, great. So let's go to Chair Rogers to respond. Thank you. Oh, Dr. Lewis was first? Oh, after her. I got you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. That explanation is helpful. It's the first time I've heard that explanation. Which is disappointing. And I wonder if that explanation could have helped Dr. Lewis if DAE had come to another meeting. That's all. It's just a rhetorical question. I just wonder that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hergoff, and thank you, Chair Rogers. Now we'll go to Dr. Lewis for a response as well.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify the 50% that was mentioned in Ashfield. That's similar to the 50% in hours that we're recognizing DAE as our ERO. The other EROs is the 6% that we're having the conversation on. So the 50% in Asheville is very similar to us saying DAE is our 50% ERO. Now the conversation is just about the other EROs. So I just want to make that clear.
Thank you. Any other colleagues would like to respond to anything with meet and confer? So in terms of where we, board member Fire,
I don't know where this board is going with this. I know that, that my concern with raising the threshold to a riskier level makes it feel like it is designed to purposefully, intentionally exclude other EROs, and thus like achieving that exclusivity. And I am interested in what the work that we have done that is historic, that can move this process forward. I would make a motion that we suspend our second read and approve the meet and confer committee policy 7215 with the amendments as recognized by this board tonight.
there's a motion. You want me to take this or you want to do it? There's a motion on the floor.
Second.
You second it?
Mhm.
Okay. There's a motion for by Ms. Board Member Byer and was seconded by Chair Rogers. Any discussion? Yes, and to Board Member Chavez.
What amendments?
I heard Board Member Carta Otten discuss math that seemed logical, and head nods were around. I heard a consensus around removing or making clear that the ERO with the largest membership was the vice chair, that piece. Anything else I'm missing that you all, I was looking for things that there was clear consensus on language. And I'm not trying to exclude anything. Anything?
I think this might be where it's helpful to put the policy up again, because if we are proposing policy and amendments, we need to be very clear on what those are.
Thank you. The policy is coming. Any other discussion on this while the policy is coming back up? You want to continue to speak on it since it's up there, Board Member Carter? I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come to her. But since you asked for is there anything you wanted to speak on?
So the math is to make sure that those are exclusive, the numbers on there. Maybe that's unclear. Let's go to Board Member Umstead and then I can
Okay.
return to my clarifications.
All right, thank you. Board Member Umstead.
I just want to comment on the math. Because what was proposed was 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, 41 to 50.
6 to 9, 10
10
to
to
19.
19. Oh, okay. 20 to 30, 29. 30 to 39, 40 to 49, so that the 50 would still work at the top. Great. Thank you. That was all.
There's so there's a motion on the floor with the second.
We haven't clarified all the amendments yet, sorry.
We're still doing discussion. Dr. Lewis has something to say within the discussion, and Dr. Webb.
Thank you, Board Member Tab. It was just another amendment that I want to point out in C3I, the language around removing employees, including, so it would just say up to 5 DPS administrators. One that Jessica pointed out earlier.
Welcome that friendly amendment. Yeah, it's important.
Dr. Webb, it's 5 to 9. I'm sorry. Yeah, 5 to 9. 6 to 9. 10 to 19. 20 to 29. Right? You see the pattern?
Got two more to go. Go.
30 to 39, 40 to 49.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Pittman had picked it up. So
Mr. Chair,
Any other discussion? Go.
I may have missed this, I apologize. The section E regarding largest ERO, did I miss that, or was that an amendment also? I have that as a note, Mr. Carter-Otten.
Yes, so it'd be to add the words from the ERO with the largest membership to
Yeah.
section E1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Board Member Chavez.
I just want to say, I'm going to vote no, but I don't think, okay, let me rewind that sentence. We directed there to be meetings with the superintendent and his designees and DAE and to bring forth a policy. This policy does not come from, while it has been worked on, obviously massaged by both sides, it doesn't come to us through that process that we directed to happen. And I will restate that I think that if we are not able to agree on a compromise that is supported clearly by both sides, then I think that we should complete the process, and the board, as the board, should direct the superintendent and designees to collaborate with DAE leadership with mediation to complete this process and bring us a shared draft. It doesn't, I just think that collaboration is important. That is the foundation of meet and confer, that there is collaboration in the recommendations that are brought to the board, and that there is this difficult, uncomfortable back and forth, but that is what meet and confer is about in order to get the best end product possible. So I don't think this is the best end product possible. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else before? It's Board Member Armstead.
Ask a question to Ms. Chavez. I think from my understanding from the presentation today, there has been invitations to extend the collaboration. We also know there was a meeting that Dr. Lewis attended, and it didn't seem to me that we have been moving in a collaborative way after this December, right? Folks not coming, we're coming, it's a different conversation, like we're not in that it has appeared to me that we're not in that collaborative space. What do you suggest will shift in another meeting to get us to that space?
I think one, right now, we are truly close. And I think what I've seen in the back and forth, there have been different terms. Here's a draft, but they're not meeting. And it's like, there's not enough middle ground. There hasn't been enough middle ground to bring both parties to sit down again. The composition piece was a big piece, and that only shifted, recently. And so I think right now we're very close, but with mediation, which has not happened yet, and I know that Dr. Lewis and DAE are open to having that mediation, and also there have been disagreements about whether the meeting should be private or public. And my recommendation to resolve that is that they are behind closed doors with just the people in the meetings who are working things out. That is the DAE leadership, who's, part of that process, and Dr. Lewis and designees. But the meeting is either live streamed or video recorded and publicly released so that there is transparency about what is said. Because I have heard from both sides, this was said or that was said, and there's been miscommunication. If you have a record of it, like we have a record of this, we know we can go back and see exactly what was said, who said it, how they said it. all of that. And, but at the same time, it addresses the concern that, you know, people can sit in a meeting and verbally or non-verbally communicate and interrupt the process in some way. And so it removes the audience, the immediate audience. And, you know, we can also remove digital interruptions, such as commentary, messaging during the meeting, all of that. So it's just the people in the meeting with your lawyer, with lawyers, if that's what people agree to hash it out, take some hours, finish it up. But with a strong mediator, I think we can get it done. They can get it done and bring it to us. And I think it takes, at this point, if we can't reach this compromise, which I don't know that we can right now, then I think, look, we've spent a lot of time on this. We need to wrap it up. This comes from the board. So if the board supports this, it's a board directive to finish it in one final, and not a series of meetings, but one final meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Board Member Carter Ott.
I'd like to call a recess.
There's, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Thank you all. We are now back from recess. We will continue our conversation with meet and confer. I saw Board Member Carter Otten, and then I saw Chair Rogers.
I want to respond to the recess.
Okay. Can we switch to her? Is that okay?
To respond to the recess?
Yes. In the future, I'd like us to be reminded by our attorneys that we can't call a recess in the middle of a motion.
Thank you so much.
Is that the case? I thought it's not a privilege motion.
No,
And I'm happy to defer to Rod on this. I mean, my understanding is it's not a privilege motion. The chair generally has authority to call a recess at any time for various reasons. I didn't hear an objection. I apologize for not stepping in.
Thank you very much. Apology accepted. Let's keep moving.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the motion that's on the floor.
We have an amendment.
Can I do that, Attorney?
This is the appropriate time to do it. I'm asking. I need to hear a yes or no.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you.
I propose an amendment to change the 6% threshold to 20% and modify the table in section C2 accordingly.
Can we now have discussion on that?
I second.
There's a second. Can we do that in the middle of the?
Yes, so there's been a proper motion to amend the previous motion. It's been seconded. It can now be debated by the board.
Sorry, I thought I had to accept the amendment.
No, so you made the base motion, right? The main motion?
Yeah.
That motion was
But
properly
this is not a
made.
friendly amendment. This is an amendment.
right.
It appears to be germane to the original motion, so I think it's proper.
Can somebody repeat it? The amendment to the motion is to change the 6% threshold to 20%.
Yes. Throughout and modify the table in section C2 accordingly.
And just to be perfectly clear, so this is a motion to amend the base motion, right? So that motion has been made, and as I understand it, it's to increase the percentage to 20% while making the other corresponding changes to the table. That motion to amend the base motion, it is proper. It's germane to the topic that's been under discussion. It's been seconded. It can be debated. What the board would need to do here is vote on that motion to amend. If that motion to amend is then, denied, you go back to the base motion. If it's approved, then, you have your amended main motion and you're back to debating that again as amended.
Question?
That's a clarifying question, Ms. Carter Otten. With 20, at the chart, would you start at 20% and have, or 20 to 29%, or 21 to 30%, and then have 6 representatives? Starting at that place?
Right.
Okay, just want to clarify.
Yes. This is Chair Rogers.
Why?
Question on the floor was why?
Are you asking why 20% instead of 30%? We're trying to make you all feel more comfortable. When everybody feel more comfortable, we're trying to compromise.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Am I wrong?
Yes, I agree. Trying to compromise, as we had stated before, working to strengthen, not DAE at this point, but generally strengthen labor unions and organizing. And as Ms. Harold Goff described earlier, strengthen democratic processes, and the organizing to push all EROs to be as robust as possible and as strong as possible. And just as a reminder, this is not our only mechanism whereby employees contribute to decision-making in our district. So that would be my reasoning.
Board Member Byer.
I would like to hear from the attorney on the additional risk that is from that threshold and the level of comfort or discomfort or concerns that this board should consider. And I appreciate the spirit of compromise. I think if I were going to compromise, 10% would be where my level of comfort and the notion of, designing a policy that is not intentionally exclusionary and it intentionally flailing at a state statute. So that's what I would ask from attorneys who are here today.
Okay, thank you very much. I will yield to Attorney Malone to respond, please.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, the lower the number, the better the board is, putting itself in a position to, and again, Dr. Giovanni pointed you to the key language in the statute. I mean, the lower the number, the better the board is able to say that it is not providing preferential treatment, that it's not endorsing one education employee association over another. I mean, obviously, we believe that the board can have some threshold because otherwise you could have a 2 or 3 or a 4-person association created, and we don't think that it's the board's intent, nor the superintendent's, to have every 3 or 4 people who decide they want to form an association to meet and to be part of this. But again, where the threshold is there's some flexibility in that, obviously, but the 6% number that NCAE brought forward, when we reviewed that previously, we felt that they actually had a very reasonable number that they put on the table to try to address that concern. And the superintendent has adopted that, and we continue to believe that that's a very reasonable approach to this. Puts the board in the best position to say that they're in compliance with the statute. And, we would continue to recommend, something in that area, if you're going to do this.
Thank you so much. Anyone else before I give them final commentary on this, before we vote? Board Member Harold Goff.
I want to address this notion of somehow intentionally being exclusionary of other EROs. That is definitely a lens in the Panoscope. But the lens that I am seeing this from is not one that's exclusionary. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We cannot rely on this one process of meet and confer that is meant for a very specific purpose to be the lens from which we're hearing from worker voice. Like it's not the only one. And at the same time, we also, in order for us to hear from more voices, anyone who has done any kind of organizing work, from a grassroots level and beyond, understands that this kind of organizing is incredibly inclusive. It has to be in order to work. And so by supporting that, what what the thing that I'm in favor of with meet and confer is this idea that workers have to do the work to organize for the voices. They have to earn the respect of the people that they're working for. And when you see that work, then you have to respect that work that's being done. And it encourages people into this larger process that can then be organized so that everybody's voice is included. So 20% is a huge compromise for me because I want to see more of that work in our district. That's not exclusionary. In any me, I don't see that lens. That's not exclusionary. In fact, if it's like that, and let's say that that voice that's coming forward is not representing, is not representative, there's something else going on and it creates this thing where somebody feels like this representative organization that has this democratic process is not representing them. One of two things could happen. They should be able to participate and have their voice heard by all the other means that I know that our board wants to work on to enhance community engagement, or they're going to find synergy with other people and they're going to begin to organize. And their voice in that organization is going to be heard. They're going to come forward, they're going to build their threshold, and then that's going to challenge the democratic processes of both. I mean, it's democracy. It's not exclusionary. So I want to encourage that. The lower we make the threshold, I mean, we can, like I said, we can argue it might be safer to, it would be safer to have a 6% threshold or, whatever. And honestly, I don't, right now, that 6% threshold, I don't know anybody else who is, but if somebody is really serious about wanting to come as a representative organization, they're going to do the work to organize those voices so that they can, for this particular process, for meet and confer. So I don't feel like we should be afraid. We've compromised. We came down from 50. I don't think we should be afraid of appearing to be exclusionary or having to whether or not we're exclusionary, that being defensible. I'm defending it and I'm not even a lawyer. So and there's plenty of other lawyers who we have not heard from that are defending it, that say they can, that it is defensible. So the amendment to the motion for 20%, I can go along with, but I feel like 30% is fair. I feel like that's reasonable. I don't want us to make decisions out of fear. I want us to make decisions out of, for progress. And I want to do everything that we can to support a very robust and healthy democratic process. And I want us to get to meet and confer so that we can go about some healing in our district. So I don't want to argue over the threshold. I mean, can we if there is a fair, like if we'll get to that point when we get there. Like if it becomes an issue, it'll come back to the board. Oh my, 30%, oh dang. And then maybe we can do something about it then. But right now, that's where I am. I really, if that's the only thing, 30%, 6%, that's where I am. So I will go with the amendment for 20%. I feel 6% is too low. I wouldn't go anywhere below. I don't even want to say it because I don't want to go any lower. So I'm not even going to offer what I think, how low I would go on that.
Okay. I don't want to cut you off, but are you finished?
I am done. I will
Okay.
step back.
All right.
I
Thank
got to
you.
get out of here. I got to sing tomorrow.
Right. Thank you. Well, you didn't act like it. You was like, oh, okay, that's good. You're gonna do well tomorrow. All right, thank you. And we'll go to Superintendent Lewis, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. I'll see if I can help you understand how it's exclusionary and not defensible. So whether it's 20 or 30%, if there's a group of employees that decide that they want to organize, and keep in mind, this is a policy that will probably be here when we're all gone, right? And so if there's a group of employees that want to form an ERO and the threshold is 30% or 20%, and it's only 300, 500 in that group, that's excluding them. So that's why it's exclusionary. So for example, if there are IAs that want to form, if there are data managers or secretaries or custodians, whoever, if they want to form and they don't reach that 1,000 or 1,500, then we're excluding them. And so that's the rationale for the lower, the better in terms of it not being exclusionary, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lewis. Anyone need a response? You want to respond to that, or you turn your mic on so we can all hear you, please?
So, mhm. We can come back.
Thank you. All right. I saw Board Member Umstead.
Yes, there's been a lot of really great debate tonight. And I agree with you, Ms. Chavez. We just need to think about the Eagles, a little tush push and get you over the finish line. I have a proposal of what that could look like. I heard 10, I heard 20. I also heard a desire for Dr. Lewis and DAE to get back to the table. Could we ask you, board, to go back to the table, bring us a proposal at our next meeting that falls in between the 10 and the 20 range, and a policy that we could adopt or do a first reading on at our next meeting in April?
With our attorney.
Yes, with your attorneys. Yes, yes, yes.
Would that
Okay.
count as a first read or a second read?
You mean today or when we bring it
Yeah,
back?
isn't this like a first read? Like, if it comes back as, I'm just asking for clarity, because I don't know.
We're not taking any. Sorry.
Okay. We are with Board Member Umstead. Go ahead and then let me know if you want to ask anything, and I'll acknowledge it. Go ahead.
If we don't take any motion, if we don't take any action on it tonight, then it's just for information. So we would need to like approve it as a first read to move it to a second read. Is that helpful?
Okay. Board Member.
So does that mean that if it comes back in a second read, it comes back with the changes?
I mean, yes, my proposal is that it would come back with changes. It'd be up to us if we wanted to pass it on a first read pending da-da-da-da-da for the second read. I might say it'd be easier just to direct the superintendent to work on the edits that we've created and bring it back for a first read, but it's really up to us.
Mr. Tab, can I speak?
Chair Rogers.
Thank you all for that discussion. It's not particularly germane to the motion because we need to vote on the amendment and then vote on the original motion and then talk about whether we're gonna do that. And what that looks like. But Mr. Tab hasn't spoken.
Thank you. Will you finish, Ms. Umstead? Sure. No, go ahead. Anyone else before I speak? Go ahead, Ms. Board Member Byer.
I know we all want to finish this. I want to be clear, at least from my math, to anyone that's the 30% threshold means you have to have 1,500 employees before you would ever have a seat at the table. You could be in the room, but you wouldn't have a seat at the table. 1,500 employees. It's a lot of organizing. We only have 100% of employees, and some employees do belong to multiple organizations. We have people that are in DAE that are also Teamsters. We have a lot of Teamsters. What are we doing with our Teamsters? I don't know, but they are current DPS employees. that under any of these scenarios, even the 6%, are not included. Our lawyers have said that we can live with that, but when you all start ooging up the 20 and the 30 and the 40, which is exactly what I'd be advocating for, just to be clear, if I were a specific union, right? I'd want that exclusivity. I get that. This state statute that we did not write is what this board is trying to wrap our brains around. But even if we lower that threshold to 10%, some group would have to organize 500 employees before they got to have any voice. And the proportionality of the representation and the membership at the table does always give the ERO with the largest percentage, strength. I also wanted to make space for you, Dr. Lewis. I apologize for ways that people have called you names through this and questioned your integrity and your leadership. It's completely unacceptable to me because, and everyone here, cabinet level, all of y'all are all our employees. And there's been assumptions through all of this that meet and confer is a we fight, we win. It's gonna be an adversarial, that's not the Durham way. And that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about meet and confer. Good managers need to hear from their employees and welcome that feedback. And this board is trusting that that is how Dr. Lewis is and will continue to approach this. But we are not going to have a superintendency that is a revolving door. We will need leadership. We need cabinet level all the way down to every role in this district. And worker voice is important, and so is the way we treat each other at this table. So what's important to me is that we think about if this is going to go through revisions and changes. This is not a fight in Durham. This is listening. This is collaborative. We take our fight to Raleigh, we take our fight to Washington, and we do that together. I know it has been a tough couple of years in DPS. But gracious, it has been tough, not because of only of decisions this board has floundered, but largely Raleigh. And we're going to keep fighting to get our folks paid the best in the state, and we're going to keep fighting to get the resources that students need, but we're going to do it together, and it's not going to be a fight. I love all of y'all. We'll figure this out one way or together, but we really, really need to do this together, and maybe in the future, we can get this law that y'all don't like changed. But we didn't write it, and we're trying to have our lawyers figure it out and not go to court over it. We don't even challenge the calendar law in Durham. We got to get back talking about students. I look forward to that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member Byer. We will go to now Board Member Carter Alton.
I'm wondering, on the heels of what Board Member Umstead was saying, I'm wondering if, given what we've heard tonight from everybody, if there would be substantial support for a 15% threshold.
We need to vote on the motions that are on the floor.
This is related to that.
Yeah, except that you already have an amendment to the motion.
This is the part that, as board members, I would like for us to just really, really stay focused on the issue at hand, which is meet and confer. And I was real concerned that once we started throwing out these motions, that we were going to get derailed. And this is exactly what has happened in this conversation. Because there's a lot of discussion that needs to happen and a lot of honesty and people to trust each other's thoughts and how they look at this whole process. It's so important for us to do that. one of the things that I've been saying from the very beginning and from the beginning of my campaign is that stakeholders should work together. And that was with every organization. I said stakeholders should work together. Every organization knows that. And so from the very beginning, I've been saying, let's continue to work it out. And if you kind of look from the beginning to where we are now, a lot of things have changed because people were working it out. And you were together and you were talking through it. Let's not lose sight of that. These motions right now are going to, here again, divide this board. And we don't need this board to be divided. We need Dr. Lewis and DAE to work together, to work this out, and you are very close to working this out. So as a board, let's give them this opportunity to do that. Think about where it started and where it is right now. And most of us sitting up here did not believe that it would get to that. But we are, and we're at it. Trust the process. Artists always say, trust the process. And if we believe that, that process is going to work itself out. There are other avenues that we still can take. If they don't work it out, then let's move to the mediator. If necessary, but I don't think that's going to be necessary because you're at it. Trust the process. So these motions are on it, but I think these motions are getting ready to divide this board again. That's my feeling. And I would love for us to rescind all of these motions and get Dr. Lewis and the president of DAE back together with the attorneys for this last thing and work it out. That's Mr. Tabb's approach. That's my opinion, but I'm only one board member. And if we're going to continue to talk through this, we can do that. But I think that that if you follow the process, they're going to be back together and they're going to work it out. Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Tabb, for your comments. I think I've listened to my colleagues tonight, and I really appreciate being in this space and hearing from each of you. One thing that has resonated with me is we say, or one of my colleagues says, our attorneys say X, Y, and Z, but there are 20 or 30 other attorneys that say something different. The reality is we invest taxpayer dollar into our attorneys, and it sounds like there's a lack of trust for our attorneys. Also, I need to remind us that we have one employee as the board. Our one employee is the superintendent. And when the superintendent and his administration has put together a presentation that demonstrates that his employees didn't come to a meeting that he invited them to multiple times, we're just going to be okay with that? Are we going to be okay with that? Are we willing to demonstrate that we both don't trust our attorneys and we don't trust our superintendent? Because that's what I've heard resoundingly here. And I don't think that's the intention, but that's the way it presents itself. And so I wonder if we don't trust our attorneys and we don't trust our superintendent, do we trust any other community groups or just the AE?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rogers, for that. I would say that all of us in this process will perhaps say things that we may need to think through a lot. I hope that this board continues to have trust in our attorney, although we may not agree And sometimes not agreeing does not mean that you don't have trust in the attorney. Also, we trust our superintendent because he is our one employee. And that's why I am pleading to this board to allow our one employee to do the job that we have hired him and asked him to do, which is to work through the meet and confer. I don't think that we should derail that. That's why we have him. And if we trust him, let him do that and go back to the table. So that's going to be my response to Chair Rogers' statement. And I hope that we trust our attorney enough because we're paying him. But that doesn't mean we're going to always agree with what they say. All right. I saw Board Member Harold Goff first, and Ms. Chavez come after her. Okay. And then Ms. Umstead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Tab. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Absolutely. Respect and trust our superintendent, our one employee. Respect our lawyers, trust their feedback, listening, and absolutely understand and respect everything that's coming. And I also, can respectfully disagree. Just like Mr. Tab said, because I disagree or that I challenge doesn't mean that I disrespect or don't trust. This kind of back and forth, like I said in the beginning, encourages us to see things that are penoscopic. Sometimes we can only see things from one lens. So without having the opportunity to have these kinds of discussions, which I find very difficult in these settings, to really get to the heart of where the conversations are, without having the opportunity to do that, just like you mentioned earlier, you were disappointed that you hadn't heard a particular comment from me. It's very challenging to have these conversations. So when we do have them, I'm asking, one of the things that I ask is that we remember we have to be able to hear from all of these lenses in order for us to get to a really robust understanding. We might not always agree, but at some point, and we might not always meet consensus because this is not the kind of setup where that takes place, but we can't be afraid to have the dialogue publicly because that's the only way that we can have it. So I love our superintendent. I think he's doing an amazing job. I'll say it over and over. In fact, Ms. Byers, champions our superintendent. I often just, we love him. And I also, I'm standing on my principles for this democratic process, and I'm trying to understand the threshold. And that's why I'm having this conversation. It's very difficult to have this conversation without hearing from everybody. I got to get out of here. I've said that a million times, but I feel this is very, very important. So we're talking about it now. I hear we want to trust. I hear we want to trust our superintendent to go back and to do this. And I also hear that we're frustrated and we want this process to move forward. Trust, if we're going to talk about trust, what I'm speaking for myself, what I don't trust is that based on, what's gone on in the process so far, what I don't trust is I just want to make sure that whatever happens is public record so that we can be informed, so that what one person says and what another person says, we can just see it. It's really hard to follow that track in email. When we have the opportunity to talk, then we're like, and then you start to see where the holes are. But outside of this public forum right here, without some kind of public record, it's very hard to follow what is happening with this meet and confer process and why it's so bottlenecked. I see that we're close. I'm excited. There's one little thing. That threshold thing is a big thing. There were two, the big things. Now this is the big thing. So I trust that they can get over the hump. What I don't trust is that they can do it outside of public record. So if they come back together and the mediator may or may not be necessary, based on, if this conversation can be public. Now, I also want to go on record and say that the reason why I understand not wanting to do it in a situation like this where it's open and everybody's in the room is because of what happened on that Tuesday meeting. That was very uncomfortable, was not our best moment. And sometimes when you have to have the hard conversations, I feel like it's better just to have the people that need to have the conversation. But if it's going to be just those people, we have to have some public record so that we as a board can understand what happened in that meeting, and be able to, and the public can understand, and there won't be this because even today, there was conflict over, well, this is what the superintendent said the process was, and then DAE said, well, this is what the process was, and that's not right, and this is not right. We heard that in public comment. So it needs to be public record. And I could get on board with that. And I'm also hoping that it won't take several months, several weeks even, for that to take place with or without a mediator. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much, Board Member Harold Goff. Board Member Armstead?
Just wanted to go on the record and say I trust our superintendent, Dr. Lewis, and our attorneys. I think we need to figure out our path forward. We collectively, and I'm using we, all of us in this room, need to figure out the path forward, because it was over about a year ago, a little over a year ago, that we all sat around the table and said we wanted to move this forward. Not all of us, most of us sat around the table and said we want to move this forward. Mistakes made all around. We could all sit and talk about that for a long time, but it's time to move us forward. And so I'm ready to figure out what those next steps are. Personally, I like my own proposal. I think it tries to compromise on where we were, but also understand this also too is a democratic process. So if people don't want it, that's fine with me, but I think we need to provide direction. The hour is late. Our educators have been waiting for a long time, and I appreciate y'all for waiting here for this conversation, but I think we need to figure out a path forward.
Yes. Board Member Byer.
So I want to celebrate how close we are, as we all do. And I also want to acknowledge that the tension for me, Chair Tab, I like to say that, is I think the sticking point that we're down to now, because there has been great compromise on all sides, the sticking point to me is that is the board's level of comfort along with our attorney that is the number that goes in the blank. And so, and I would say this to you folks that want this arbitration and going back for Dr. Lewis to be in it, it's really, it's the seven of us to put a number in that blank, right? And to send them back to the table clearly DAE is going to want the highest number they can get. I get that. We're going to want a little number that makes us comfortable and defensible. And apparently numbers are all different all around this table of 7 people. So I'm looking for what suggestions we have had, what motions, whatever, that will get the responsibilities on this board to fill in the blank on that number. It is not on Dr. Lewis. I mean, he's brought us what he's worked with our attorneys to bring, and he took I need people, and the name calling has been hard, and nobody's a union buster when they take a number from somebody's proposal. I mean, that's exactly where we are. So if we can all kind of de-escalate ourselves and our feelings, breathe a little bit, but it's this board that has to fill this number in, whether it's tonight, whether it's in the future. It's not Dr. Lewis, and it's DAE is clear what they want, right? I mean, they probably like it higher. I mean, but it's our work, and so I don't know when and how we're going to do that. But to me, it's more us and our attorneys, and maybe we need some time to sit with us with it. And we're clearly not at our best tonight, but I'm glad we've had this conversation.
Thank you. I would respond to that and just say, here again, follow the process. It's very important that at the point that we are right now was not at the same point we were weeks ago and months ago and almost a year ago. And if we're this close, allow the process to work with Dr. Lewis and the DA president. We're there. I think we're there because that, whatever that number is going to be, is still going to be a number that Dr. Lewis is going to be comfortable with. And our attorneys are going to be comfortable with. That's going to be the bottom line, because if our attorney is not comfortable with it, they have to defend it. That's the bottom line. The attorneys have to defend it. So we're not going to prove anything, I don't think, as a board, if our attorney says they can't defend it. So let them work it out. I mean, that's just my opinion as one board member. But I think we've had a lot of discussion about this. Really great discussion. And Chair Roger, you want to say anything final? I saw your hand.
I just wanted to call the question.
Okay. Question. Is there any appetite for rescinding all of these motions and let Dr. Lewis and DAE president go back and work on this? Because
And board members, there has been a motion to call the question. It has not been seconded, but that is before you right now.
okay, is there a second?
Second?
Yeah.
There is a,
Can you restate that we are voting on Ms. Carter Otten's motion? Is that what we are voting on?
Ms. Carter, can you repeat your motion, please? For the record.
Amendment to the original motion, which was to change the threshold from 6% to 20% throughout and modify the table in section C2 accordingly.
Okay, and it was properly seconded by Board Member Harrigoff.
And to be clear, the board right now is voting on the motion to call the question. And I may have missed the second. Was that seconded?
It was.
Thank you. And that requires a 2/3.
Okay, Paul. Roll call to close. Roll call to close. To call the question to close the discussion. Raise your hand. Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Harrigoff.
Aye.
Board Member Umstead.
Aye.
Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Member Carter.
Aye.
Board Member Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Board Member Chair votes aye as well.
Now the amendment.
Yeah, we'll
Vote the amendment.
move the amendment. All in favor? Say aye. We'll do a roll call again. Board Member Byer.
No.
Board Member Harold Goff.
Aye.
No.
Board Member Umstead, sorry.
No.
Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Member Carter Alton.
Aye.
Chair Rogers.
No.
And Board Member Tab votes no as well.
So the motion fails 4-3.
4-3.
And board members, you are now back at the main motion.
Yeah.
And we're back at the main motion. Want to restate your motion? Just for the record, we're going to make sure because this happened before that we didn't know what we were voting on. So please restate the motion.
The motion was to waive second reading and adopt policy 7215 with the amendments that were discussed and agreed upon this evening, and pass policy 7215 as it stands, as a starting place.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
It was
And I do
previously
just, board
seconded.
members, for
Previously
clarity,
seconded.
those,
Who seconded?
Rogers.
I did.
Rogers seconded?
I did.
Okay.
It was already,
It was seconded by Ms. Rogers. Well,
I do, if I may, just for total clarity, the proposed changes would be the changes to, I believe, section E regarding the vice chair, is that correct? And as well as the changes to the table. Those would be the two changes that are being proposed.
and then C3 to remove the other employees.
The two words, other employees in C3.
Thank you.
thank you. We'll now do a roll call vote. Board Chair Rogers,
Aye.
Board Member Carter Alton,
Aye.
Board Member Chavez,
No.
Board Member Umstead,
This is can I ask a clarifying question? I apologize. I know I'm out of order. This is the first read, Ms. Byer?
It's waiving second read. Yes, it is. Putting something in place that gets this moving and can be modified in the future, as all policies can.
I vote yes.
Mrs. Board Member Harold Goff,
No.
and Board Member Tab votes no.
And Board Member Byer votes aye.
It's 4-3.
Motion carries.
Carries 4-3. Now, our next agenda item is summary of follow-up items. Who's taking that? The summary.
Mr. Tab already asked for follow-up items.
Okay.
I'm sorry, meet and confer is on the top of the chart, so I'll start with the notes I had. Ms. Harold Goff made the ask to make sure we remove the superintendent version and DAE version and only have one meet and confer policy. There was okay.
I got it.
Write down everything.
So the follow-up, may I, Mr. Tab?
Let's get some order here.
Yes.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Giovanni.
So the follow-up items for meet and confer is simply for administration to make the edits that were provided and to post it onto board docs. And I will send that to you, Ms. Smith, tomorrow. And I'll go ahead and do, since I have the microphone, may I proceed with the strategic?
Please do. Thank you.
Strategic plan for the follow-up items for Ms. Cooper. Ms. Chavez was the only board member that I indicated any follow-up items. One being she wanted additional data on outcomes. She wanted to know how many contacts do the ambassadors make? What are the results of those contacts? And also in general and also by school. Did I miss something? Okay. I'm saying again.
It's not, it doesn't have to be immediately, but
Okay.
there was more of a long. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I believe that Dr. Pittman, you want to go next?
And the
Okay.
feedback for the the superintendent's recommended budget, um, a request for Mr. Teeter's information to be written and shared with the board, a request that baseline positions be provided, and also the nuance or how application schools or additional positions are allocated and what is that based upon. A request to show where the shifts in the allotments are resulting. A result to share how the 15% reduction in budgets at the school and the district level was impacted and what was eliminated. For the master's pay, a request from the board to provide a one-page summary on the issue around master's pay and what some positions require a master's degree and the nuances of that. You asked for a prioritization in the budget expansion items from Dr. Lewis in the event all of the funding might not be provided by the county. A status from transportation of the recommendations. Mr. Webb will provide an update at a future meeting. A general request for a DPS allotment manual at some point in the future. Can we show in the budget how to address the capital outlay needs? And there was a generic question around, have the EC and ESL stipends been of benefit on impacting staff retention? A request from the future for the board to receive the impact of the HEART program and how that's playing in our schools and how many responses they've been able to provide. And can we get an update on the ratio of key staff areas such as interpreters, counselors, nurses, social workers, and perhaps a multi-year impact to reduce those ratios?
Does that conclude everything?
That's what I had for mine.
So with that, I would move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It was moved by Board Member Byer and seconded by Board Member Umstead that we go in closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. We're now in closed session. Oh, we need to vote, don't we?
You can do, you don't need to do roll call.
I don't.
I don't think this is gonna be tense
Okay, but,
or close.
okay, Board Member Byer, yes.
Yeah, all in favor, aye.
Board Member Harold Goff,
Aye.
Board Member Umstead,
Aye.
Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
Board Member Carter Alton, Board Member Chair Rogers.
Yes, and a reminder, we won't be live streaming after closed session.
Okay, thank you very much. Board Member Chair votes aye as well. We're now in closed session.